And welcome to the Redeye stream. Good day, everybody. I'm joined here with Madcat. Um, hey, why don't you introduce yourself, buddy? What is it that you do? You wrote a book, right?
I've written several books, actually. But let me introduce myself. My name is Madcat. Some of you know me as the angry egalitarian that discusses this and that. That's my little catchphrase on my show. I also like to yell a lot. Ah! Sorry, I'm full of energy because I just woke up. So a little bit about me. I've been active in the movement for almost a decade now. I am one of the co-creators of the lovely ladies of Men's Issues Calendar, which I'm sure I could throw up here real quick. It's actually one of them's on my wall. I've also am a writer and a teacher. I have written a number of fiction books, but probably my most popular book to date is How to Destroy a Woman Now, which was a satire of another controversial book, How to Destroy a Man Now, which thankfully got taken down off of Amazon, but my book is still up. And the difference between our books is while the first one contained illegal information, like how to commit defamation, mine didn't. It doesn't have anything illegal. It has a lot of immoral shit in there, like how to destroy someone's confidence, how to destroy a woman's confidence. Though the last chapter says, don't do anything in this book. So that's a bit about me.
All right. How long have you been on YouTube?
I've been on YouTube, I think, since 2013.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, that's before I was even doing content. I've been doing content for about 4 years, but you said you were a teacher. What is it that you taught?
I have a video course on Udemy. I teach people how to create their own encyclopedia by setting up a fake server on their computer called XAMPP, and then help them install MediaWiki, which is what Wikipedia uses, so you can have your own personal wiki on your computer.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
So do you, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Is this something that people pay you to do, or is this something that you put on Khan Academy or a site similar to that?
A site similar to that, it's called Udemy. I'll probably upload it on other sites once I finish this book, but people just go and order the site, order the course. I call it Digital Notes Organizer, which is basically what Wikipedia is. So I created this course because I'm disabled. I have post-concussion syndrome, and one of the issues I have is memory, where I easily forget things, so I needed to start keeping notes. And before I knew it, I had tons and tons of notes, but the problem with notes is if you don't remember you have notes on something, you might as well not have it at all. So I needed a searchable interface, and that's where I got the idea of using a Wikipedia type interface to keep all of my notes together.
Okay, nice. That makes sense. You said you've been involved in the men's rights movement for quite a while. How did that take the forefront for you? Crazy ex-girlfriend or something? Anything entertaining, or yeah, what was it?
Well, I honestly feel like I've been a part of the men's movement since I was a child, because I wasn't a very popular child. And when you're kind of on the bottom rung of society, you kind of really see what goes on around you. I often like to tell the story about when I was like 8 years old and my parents forced me to wear sandals to school. I really didn't want to, but they're like, no, you have to wear sandals. Everyone's wearing sandals. And so I did, and all the children made fun of me for wearing girl shoes. Even a girl did this. Like at recess, she just started in on me like, you're wearing girl shoes. And she's wearing tennis shoes. So if I'm wearing girl shoes, then she's wearing boy shoes. And I said that out loud. And a teacher heard me say that. And I got written up. They're like, well, why did you do it? I'm like, she said I was wearing girl shoes. But somehow that's okay. But me, as a boy, telling a girl she's wearing boy shoes, that's horribly wrong. Because the girl didn't get in trouble for her actions. So, I mean, that's kind of where my origin starts. But how I specifically got into the movement, it's probably around 2012 when Anita Sarkeesian really came out with her tropes and video game series. And I was playing Star Wars The Old Republic at the time. And a lot of us were really, really against what she was doing. We felt that she misrepresented all of us. Even the girls in there hated her, and some of them were feminists. So I was like, well, you know, maybe I should start my own video series talking about this, because I didn't know the men's movement existed at all. Like, I was completely oblivious to that. And then I really started researching and I'm like, whoa, there's this whole movement. Where have I been, you know? And, you know, it's one of my motivations for my book now is because a lot of people really don't know it exists because it's really under the radar. But then I started getting into the honey badgers, and one person on there, Brian Martinez, he started a comic called The Good Guy. And at the time, I didn't feel like there was anything I could do to contribute because I was disabled. I couldn't really do anything. That's how I felt. But it's like, well, he has a comic on just some throwaway website. How about I create a website for him? And that's how I met Brian. And then I started to get to know the honey badgers and did some stuff with them. And then I broke away from them and just started doing all of this. But it wasn't any major catastrophe event that got me into it. It's just being a man in this society today and seeing how everyone seems to cater to women nonstop, and yet we men are the ones who have power, which I always thought was bullshit.
Yeah, so do I, but you know, that's neither here nor there. This is kind of more about you today. So tell us a little bit about the book before I start asking direct questions about men's rights and men's issues.
No, certainly. So this is going to be a book series, as you see on my screen right now. It's the Boys and Men's Issues Handbook. It's actually 2 books. It's also going to have an accompanying fact book. And this is going to be a book series, starting off with 4 books, or rather 8 books, but it's going to be a 4-part series, but I do plan to write more after that. And what this series is going to cover is an introduction to the issues men face. Because as I said, a lot of people don't know what the men's movement is or have even heard of it. And we have things like feminism and Southern Law Poverty Center saying that we're a hate movement. And it is my hope that this book can be an introduction to those like, oh, I didn't know these were issues. But the most important thing about this series is that I'm going to link to every fact I can. Every fact that I mention or make reference to, I'm going to link it to some webpage on the internet so people can look for themselves and see that I'm not full of shit. And I hope that serves a second purpose as well, because the handbook will go into a lot more detail about what these issues are, but the fact book will just have those specific facts and their links. And it is my hope that those who don't know about the movement can learn about it, or the feminists who think they know what it's about can learn about it. But also for those of us within the movement who might be on some chat with some nasty woman saying, oh, men have all the rights and blah, blah, blah. They can easily like say, well, here's this link and this link and this link. showing them that they're absolutely wrong. Or if anyone wants to do research, this book can help with that.
All right. Looks like Dade's in the chat, and looks like he knows you. So he's saying hello, and he's glad you're doing well. Ain't Jack?
Yeah, I see that right now. It's good to see you again, Dade. I haven't seen that name in such a long time, but yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, and Ain't Jack has a point. As a kid, he found that the girls who did stuff like that were the ones that liked him. You know, children could be stupid, kind of like little boys running up, pulling the girl's hair. That's usually the girl he likes. Do you think it was something like that, and the teacher ruined a potential relationship or friendship at least by punishing you and not her?
Well, I don't think it ruined the friendship. I don't think there was anything to it as far as a romantic intent. It was just something that all the children were doing, not just specifically the girls. But it's been so long ago, I don't know if that's the case. You know, maybe. Who knows? Girls are crazy, so.
Yeah, and yeah, Dade's talking to you. Last time we talked, you were practically homeless. That's how long it's been. Hey, actually, that's a question. Because I've been homeless before. A total of 4 times in my life, and most of those times were thanks to women. But hey, it is what it is. Um, looks like you have a place now. Is that something that you believe made you stronger by having to go through adversity like that?
Well, truthfully, because of my disability, it's like every day I'm facing adversity. And I'm trying to be proactive and channel that into something like writing this book, because as much as I want this to be a gift to the world, I'm also hoping I can make a career out of it so I can have financial independence. And the reason why I became homeless is because of my disability, and my family at the time couldn't really take care of me. The hard part about it is I'm a financial drain. I mean, I wish I could work. I really do, but I really can't. You know, I can't work a 9-to-5 job just doing anything for even writing, something I enjoy doing. I can only do for a few hours a day, and then I'm wiped out for the entire day. And my mom, she was married at a time, and her husband really didn't like having me around. And, you know, he was talking about, well, you need to go get a job or I'm going to kick you out. And it's like, well, I can't work. So I kind of read the writing on the wall. I was also afraid that I was going to ruin their marriage. So I started looking for alternatives. And one guy in Philadelphia, and I don't want to say his name, because he prefers to remain anonymous in his generosity, he took me in for about 18 months. And then after that, you know, living with my mother is tough. I mean, I'm living with her now, but living with her is very, very tough. And it's like I didn't have any other options, so I went to a homeless shelter. And then I stayed there. I stayed in the Philly for about a month, and then I went to Detroit and stayed there for about a month. And then I moved in with a very old friend of mine who she wanted to start a relationship. We'd known each other for about 18 years, but we had always talked on and off throughout that time about being in a relationship. We were just never both single at the same time. So I moved in with her, and turned out to be an abusive relationship, physically, emotionally, psychologically, even financially. Like, I'm fucking homeless, and I was doing ghostwriting at the time, but any little money I had to give to her immediately. She's like, well, I need gas, and I'm paying all the rent, and you need to help out. I even had to start giving plasma just so I could give her gas money. But, it's like one day we were in an argument and she rushed at me, picked up my laptop, and started beating me with it. So,
Holy shit. I'm not to
yeah.
laugh. It's not funny, but the image of a crazed woman beating a guy with a laptop is kind of funny. I mean, let's.
Yeah, I mean, there is a certain humor to it, but,
Oh, I get it, dude. I'm not
it.
trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I have a sick sense of humor sometimes. My bad, man.
No, it's fine. It's fine to laugh about it. But, it is also a regrettable moment for me because, I could have just easily stood up and knocked her on her ass.
Yeah,
and there's a part of me that really wishes I did, but because I've been in the men's movement, I knew I could wind up in jail even if I was defending myself. And so the only way I could make her stop is I started to look as pathetic as possible and begging her, please, please, please don't hit me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And, it was such an emasculating moment. Like I've had after that, I had difficulty sleeping. Like I would wake up hyperventilating, like suddenly I couldn't breathe. And that lasted for about a month. And just every time I think about it, I'm proud of myself for doing that, but I also hate myself for doing that. And after that, living with my mother didn't seem so bad anymore. And, actually, it's been a much improved relationship since then. My mother doesn't know that I was ever homeless or in an abusive relationship, but we've gotten to a point where we can live with each other. In fact, she just got a new car, and I'm going to look into doing Lyft because that's something that I can do when I feel up to doing it. And she just put me on her insurance, so maybe I can make a little money doing that. So I know I went a long way around on that one, but
Oh, it's all good. Having an experience like that. So like my ex-wife told all my friends, like she never called the cops or did anything like that, but she ran around after we broke up and told my friends that I was hitting her. Never happened. But she ran around saying it and they just laughed at her. They're like, no, I know Chris. He doesn't do that. You're an idiot. Get out of here. Yeah, but it could have been bad. It could have been a group of people who believed her. And then I could have been in deep shit. It's kind of one-sided, isn't it? The law when it comes to domestic violence. If you're a man and you're hit and you call, the cops could laugh at you when they get there and arrest you anyway. Right? It's happened.
yeah. Well, first I want to respond to Jesse Miller that he said I could have, he or she, I'll assume a guy, established dominance by pissing on her while she was asleep. But, the problem with that is I sleep next to her and I'd have to smell my own pee. So, that's not as good as it sounds. But, that actually happened to me when I was in high school. I dated a girl for a couple of months and then we broke up. And then she told everyone that I abused her. Most of my friends didn't believe her, but I had one guy who had witnessed his mother get beaten up by a guy. And he grabbed me by the shirt and he was ready to pound me. And that girl was actually standing there the whole time watching this happen. And finally, after just looking at me for what seemed like forever, but it was probably like a minute, he decided not to do it, that he finally decided that I couldn't have done that. But he was just he was so triggered by that moment. He was ready to kick my ass. But I was thinking about what you're saying about the police and domestic violence. And, there's something called the Duluth model that I believe came out of Michigan or Minnesota for the town Duluth. But the basic model is that if there's an abusive situation happening, it's essentially the man's fault. Even if he's the victim, he's at fault somewhere. And a lot of police agencies across the United States buy into this. They're taught this specific model. And in many instances, if a man is accused, even if he didn't do it, and he's facing going to jail, they'll send him to counseling with those counselors who deal with the Duluth model, and he has to admit that he was the abusive one, even if he's the victim, in order to avoid going to jail. And one last point I want to make on that, and I'm stuffing this in here. There's a show called What Would You Do? And there was an instance that they did where a woman was abusing a man, and people were just walking by, a lot of women cheering her on, like, yeah, you beat him up. And one person who walked by was a police officer, and they asked him, well, why didn't you intervene? And he's like, oh, well, I didn't think that he was in any serious harm. And they're like, well, what if he had been abusing her? It's like, oh, yeah, I would have stepped in right away. And it's like, there's the real problem right there. One of my biggest issues is the empathy gap, that, you know, we don't see men as victims in anything. We have no empathy for men. We have very little empathy for men. I won't say we don't have no empathy, and that's something I want to change, is to increase the empathy for males.
So, the thing is about that, right, is men are biologically stronger. If we hit somebody, especially a woman, chances are we're going to hurt them a lot more than if they hit us. That is a fact most of the time. But then again, they even keep this standard when the woman has a damn knife, right? You've read stories. There was this woman in Florida, broke into her ex's house, sat around, waited for him to get home. He got home, went to bed. He wakes up to a crazy woman that raped him with a machete to his throat. She did get arrested, but I'm pretty sure if it was the other way around, he would still be in prison. You know what I mean?
Well, it is true that I'm loading up a resource right now. I have so many resources, and on this specific issue, it is true. Men are generally stronger than women. You know what I mean? If she was beating me with a laptop and I got up and I hit her, most likely she would have gone down. I mean, I'm not a very strong man. I mean, this is just skin right here. There's not even a bone in my body. So, but yeah, I was probably stronger than she was, and I could have done serious damage if I had wanted to, if I didn't hold myself back. But the other thing to that, though, and you mentioned a knife, is that women are more likely to use some sort of object, usually a weapon, against their partner. And they can inflict more damage. Men, when they abuse women, tend to use their own hands. Women, when they abuse men, tend to use weapons, probably because they think the only way they can do any damage is to use a weapon. I mean, my situation, she used my laptop as a weapon to try to hurt me. I was like this, and she's banging my arm. I mean, she could have broke my arm. I think her intent was to destroy my laptop because she knew it was my livelihood, the only way I was making money. And then after that, she picked up some headphones and smashed them on the table and destroyed them. So
yeah, and if you look at other weapons, I don't know the statistics on this, but if I was to bet on it, I would bet that in a domestic violence altercation where a firearm is used, it would be used by the woman more often than the man. But I could be wrong there. And Candid, my favorite law school graduate, is in the chat. She probably is looking up how many ways I'm wrong. But
well, that is the rate of abuse between men and women. There have been a lot of studies out there about it, but there's nothing conclusive, primarily because a lot of the research is biased, that it starts with the assumption that men are the abusers, and that if women do happen to be abusive, it was started by a man. There have been a couple of pure, my research is so big on it that it would be hard for me to find that specifically. but it's generally accepted that it's about a 60-40 sort of thing, that 60% of abusers are males, 40% are women. And that much of it is reciprocal violence, that one person was abused and so they start abusing the other. However, in the non-reciprocal, where one person is abusing the other, I believe I've read that a large number of that is women who are abusive, that they're the cause of non-reciprocal violence, that they start abusing their partner and men take it because they know that if they do anything, they're going to go to prison. I mean, there are instances where men were abused and then by a woman, and then the woman called the police just to have him arrested because they knew that the police would believe her over him. And the police have told people, it's like, if she even has a fingernail broken, we're going to arrest you, even if it was in defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would like to see the statistics on domestic violence within lesbian relationships, because then you can get real numbers on the aggression coming from the woman abuser, right? Because that's a same-sex relationship. If there's still domestic violence in a large a demographic of that, then that would prove that it's a little more even than people assume.
Okay, so I loaded up a fact sheet about lesbian domestic partner violence, and it is higher in lesbian relationships than any other demographic. It's actually the lowest in gay male relationships. But a couple things here is, asks how common is lesbian partner violence? And it says about 17 to 45% of lesbians reported having been the victims of at least one act of physical violence perpetrated by a lesbian partner. The types of physical abuse named by more than 10% of the participants in one study, including disrupting others' eating or sleeping habits, pushing or shoving, driving recklessly to punish, slapping, kicking, hitting, or biting. Sexual abuse by a woman partner has been reported by up to 50% of lesbians. Psychological abuse has been reported as occurring at least one time by 24 to 90% of lesbians. These are pretty big ranges, so I'd have to really research this more to find out why that is, but we're seeing that it does happen in lesbian relationships. And the unfortunate part about this is because we believe women are always the victims, no matter what, in a male and female relationship, we tend to extend that belief in lesbian relationships. So a lot of these victims go unheard because it's like, well, even if she were to report it, it's like, well, it was from a woman. How bad could that be? We think of them as soft, gentle creatures. So if they're abusive, it's not a big deal. And that's very unfortunate because they become hidden. They become, I can't think of the word, but they just have no voice when it comes to the abuse they suffer.
Yeah, and Jesse Miller, he has an interesting question. I don't know if you have the numbers on this offhand, but he would like to know what the numbers are for straight people. So the domestic violence numbers on male and female relationships.
I would love to pull that up for you. I don't know how well you can see this right now, but as far as my section on violence against men, which is where I stuff all this, I have over nearly 300 sources on this. And it's my intent to go through this when I write the book on it. And I think domestic abuse is going to be in the first book. So I will be going through that. I want to publish it by November 19th for International Men's Day. So I don't have like the specific stat right now. I wish I did, but it's something. here. So,
Yeah, no, that's
my
fine,
book,
and
point out.
that's fine. And we'll take this moment to once again, I'll be reminding you guys as we go. The link for his Indigo campaign is down in the description. You're not trying to raise that much, right? You need an editor and the publish, right? And you're trying to raise $2,000.
Yeah, $2,000 will allow me to get on Book Baby, which is not that much money, but it is it's like at least $800. But with them, I can get my book on like Amazon. I can get it on any major publisher of print-on-demand books. I can get my book on ebook markets and potentially into bookstores. So that's one thing I want to do. But I'm also looking for a cover artist and also an editor. That way, I want to make this the best possible book that I can, because, once feminists find out about my book, they're going to look for any little thing they can use as to discredit me. It's like, oh, well, this person needs an editor. You shouldn't even read this book. Or, wow, the formatting of this sucks. And they're going to look for anything they can use. And I don't want to give them the ammunition. If they're going to say something bad, they've got to reveal that they hate men in the process.
All right. Let's discuss some criticisms that the feminists have of the men's rights movement. They say that you want to undo everything that they have accomplished. You want to, well, as my friend Pinoid would say, repeal the 19th, take away their right to vote. That's not the mainstream of the movement, is it? I mean, Pinoid loves yelling repeal the 19th, but I even think he's joking a little bit.
For the mainstream of the men's movement, no, we don't want that. And this is actually the first thing I talk about in my book and my author's note. I don't hate women. I write that in big, bold letters because I know that people are going to come at me with that. But I talk about in there that, something that's interesting is many of our top members started off as feminists, such as Warren Farrell. He was on the board for the National Organization for Women. Like, the first board they ever had was a man, and it was Warren Farrell. Paul Elam started off as a feminist. Janice Fiamingo started off as a feminist. We care about women. I mean, anyone who has a woman in their lives, they care about them. And we don't want to see things go back 100 years ago. There are some people who do. They're called tradcons. But, 100 years ago, men didn't have a better life. In many ways, they had it a lot worse than women did. 100 years ago, a common job was to go into a mine. And if it was a gold mine, you risked cave-ins. If it was a coal mine, you risked black lung. If it was a mercury mine, you risked mercury poisoning. I mean, this is not a glamorous job. And I bet you anything, like 99% of men today wouldn't want to do that. So why would we want to jump back 100 years ago? I mean, most of us would end up having to do something like that. But, the point of my book that I'm making here is that it's not, feminists view gender rights as a zero-sum game, where if men were suddenly to gain something, it means that women must lose something in the process. So that's why they don't want men to have more rights, because they're afraid of losing rights in the process. But I explained that for us in the men's movement, it's a non-zero-sum game, that it's possible for men to gain something and not affect women, or if it does affect women, it won't be in the same amount. That it can be men gain a lot and women only have to sacrifice a little bit to get it. Like shared parenting is a prime example of that. where we want shared parenting, but feminists as a whole don't. They want automatically to start with women get the children, and then we work in to see how much time the father gets. Well, us in the men's rights, we want shared parenting as the default. Well, to get that, it only means that women have to sacrifice having full custody of their children. They get partial custody with the father. And that's not like, oh, well, if we let men have the children, then women won't get the children at all. No, that's not what we want. You know, we want women to have emancipation, but we want men to also have emancipation. We want true egalitarianism. We don't want one gender to control the other.
Okay, yeah. Here's the thing, like, especially when it comes to custody matters. There is a thing called joint custody, which is what you're talking about. And that should be the default. But you have states like Oregon, for one, where it's not the default. And I think that's where the real issue comes in. And also, what is it, third wave feminism we're on to now? Whatever wave they call it this week. What are they fighting for at this point? They have equality, so now they're fighting for supremacy, right?
Well, that's kind of a trick question right there, because the problem is they have more rights than men do currently. And on one hand, you could say that they are fighting for supremacy, but what they're fighting for is money. And I say this because those that are in the top echelons of feminism, they technically shouldn't have a job. They shouldn't be fighting for women's rights because there's really nothing more to fight for. That's why we see articles of manspreading or mansplaining or air conditioners are sexist, because there's really nothing more to fight for in the United States. You could argue there are issues to fight across the world, but I won't go there on that. But they really have nothing here, and yet they continue to do so, because if they admit that there's no reason to fight, they lose out on all of the money, and not just from donators, but from the government. So they're pushing for this, and those feminists who are not aware, they believe they have nothing, because those in power keep making them victims, saying, you're oppressed, it's worse than it's ever been before, and they believe it. And if you try to explain to them, hey, it's really not that bad, they're so quick to be like, well, no, this source says that it is really bad, and I don't believe you, because feminism doesn't teach its members how to think for itself. It teaches them, believe what we say, we're the authority. And so for the average feminist, when someone debates them on a fact, they're like, well, either you're wrong, or all of these women who told me all of this is wrong. So let's balance it out here. 20,000 women, one man. The 20,000 women win. And that's the problem, is these feminists don't believe they're fighting for supremacy. They're fighting to get at equal level, and are unaware that they actually have so much more.
Candid said, to be fair, most courts are moving towards the egalitarian approach. Not fast enough, in my opinion, because when you look at the West Coast, it's hardly at all. If my wife was to divorce me tomorrow out of nowhere, all the kids other than my oldest would go to her. And, that's because my oldest is from a previous relationship. But the rest of the children are with her, me and her have had them together. So, yeah, now I have to fight for all my kids. And I happen to have a big family. Child support on 5 kids. That doesn't sound fun.
Well, it is true that we are starting to see changes. There is, oh, I wish I could remember where it was at on my computer, but there's this report card by this non-for-profit organization where they go and rate every of the 50 states on a scale of A to F on how fair they are when it comes to shared parenting. And the average rating across the United States is a D. Now, I think they did one in 2008, and they did another one in 2019. And they showed that there has been progress. You know, we are starting to see it. But as of this time, there's only 2 states that has a rating of A when it comes to shared parenting. And I know one of them is Arizona, because that's where I live. And another one I want to say is Arkansas. But that is something I'm definitely going to be using for my book to demonstrate that we are improving, but we still have a lot of places that fail when it comes to shared parenting.
All right. And speaking of parenting, that leads into my next question. Okay. Fatherless homes. This affects all demographics, all of society, but it also affects the minority society to, I think the numbers do say, a larger extent. Do you believe that single parent households where it's just the mother raising the son, do you believe there is a correlation between that and increase in those areas of the crime rate?
Oh, most definitely. Studies have been done over and over again. I was actually watching a show called The Practice, which is a fairly decent show. And they actually brought this up because one of the female characters, played by Cameron Manheim, funny I can remember her name, but not the character's name, she was wanting to raise a child by herself, and she got a sperm donor, but the sperm donor wanted access to the child. And she's like, well, I'm the mother. I know what's best for her. And they brought up all of these issues that a child that's born that's in a single parent household. Now, most single parent households are mother only. And I think that's rates about 80%, like only 20% of single parent household is father raising a child. But, you know, children are more likely to drop out of school. Children are more likely to become criminals, more likely to fail in life overall, like they have a dead-end job, their life's going nowhere, more likely to, especially for daughters, to have children early in their lives. There's just a lot of things linked to what happens, the negative effects of society happening to children in single-parent households. In fact, I remember seeing that every single school shooter has come from fatherless homes. I believe Warren Farrell mentioned that.
I don't think that's true. Kip Hinkle shot Thurston High School. I remember it because I was in 8th grade, about to become a freshman, the year he did it. And he used his dad's gun to kill both his mother and father. And then he went to the school and killed 5 children. So I know that that statistic is not true from local events, you know. And
Well,
Kip Hinkle was actually before Columbine. He was 2 years before Columbine.
well, in defense of that statistic, and I think you're right, and I've always had question like all of them, there has to be some outliers there. But to be fair, we only really hear about the really bad ones across the board. So you might have had access to a local event that probably didn't make the national news. So based on what the national news says, you could come to the conclusion that all of them come from fatherless homes. But I'm sure if we really looked at every single case of school shooting, we would see that a majority came from fatherless homes, but there are still some outliers.
Do you also think that it affects, so, okay, It affects the dropout rate. Therefore, you drop out of high school. Now you can't get a good job, so you're stuck below the poverty level. So it also affects the statistics of poverty in America, right?
Yes, it does.
What was the beginning of the degradation of the nuclear family then?
Communism.
Was it the communist influence on the feminist movement, the you don't need a man idea, or just communism influencing American society as a whole?
Well, it's going to be the first one, but it's going to let me explain it just a little bit because I won't say, oh, it's just a communist. Communism actually was very much feminist. There was actually a town in Russia that was completely female controlled. I remember reading about this, but it's really Marxism. In Marxism, it's class warfare, that there has to be an oppressor class, which is usually the workers of a society. And if there is an oppressed class, there has to be the oppressor. And in this case, it's those who make money off of the workers. And when this sort of failed, it caught on for a little bit in the early 1900s, but as we got deeper in the 1900s, it kind of fell apart. And it had an influence on college professors in the, I want to say 50s in the United States. And they started with trying to make it about class, but then it's transformed into being about gender, saying that all women are oppressed in our society. Well, if all women are oppressed, has to be an oppressor, it's the men. And that's where it started. And then you start getting into the 60s and 70s, we see a lot of quotes from feminists who say like all sex is rape, and that even there's like private messages with each other, in letters or correspondence, saying that they seek to destroy the nuclear family because they want to liberate women from the bonds of marriage, of the ball and chain of marriage, that they're stuck there. They can't do anything else. That's all they do. And we even see this within the second wave and early third wave of denigrating women who choose to get married. Like, oh, you're not helping women at all if you choose to have children and get married and have a man take care of you. So it does start with Marxism, and it evolved from there to say that we don't want women in marriage. We want them having their own career. We want women to make all of the money, all of the decisions, which has kind of bit them in the ass.
Well, no, and if I was to put on my tinfoil hat, I would almost say that this whole occurrence is because of the idea of nationalism, like the world coming together, and the fact that they want a lower population rate. If you destroy the nuclear family and you destroy the family cohesion, then you're not going to have as many kids. The population level would lower. But I'll go ahead and take my tinfoil hat off now.
Well, I also want to mention, and this kind of gets a little controversial, but it's a poignant to this discussion, is the welfare state. And this does primarily affect minorities, and more specifically the Black community, where it was, well, the thing that most people don't understand about the Black community is that it was on its way up. And had we left it alone, it would have reached parity with whites very quickly. And if you look at the rate of progression, it was getting up there. Now, it was below where it should be, yes, but it was getting up there. And then some president somewhere decided, well, the best thing we can do is give them money. It sounds good on paper. If they have money, they can improve themselves and improve the economy, all well and great. But they would only give money in the welfare system to mothers who were raising children by themselves. So families that had a mother and father present wouldn't receive any money. And men sort of got the idea of, well, if we're not in the picture, we can get money to help our family. And this is why the single parent household within the Black community went from like 18% in the 1960s to 80% today. Now, it also affected whites as well. I believe it was pretty low back in the 60s, and today it's like 60, 65% that most households are single parent, and more specifically, a mother-run household. But this has also hurt things as well. I wouldn't say that that is the fault of feminism or Marxism, but it has caused the problem that many males grow up without a positive male influence in their life. And the thing about us males is we go out and seek it. We need it. And if we're not getting it from our father, then we're going to find the first person who can give us some sort of positive reinforcement, even if it's ultimately negative, such as joining gangs, such as running with the wrong crowd. And this is why a good portion of those who are in prison came from fatherless homes.
Yeah. All right. You had brought up Anita Sarkeesian before in video games. What was that? Why attack gaming? I mean, you've done all this research for about men's rights issues, so I'm sure you've done counterintelligence research as well, and you know a little bit about feminism. What they had to know they were going to lose this battle, which they did.
Well, it depends on how you define success. Because if you ask Anita Sarkeesian, she'll tell you she succeeded. I mean, come on. She went to the UN and talked about harassment online. I don't know about you, but if I launched a campaign on Kickstarter and later got invited to the UN, I'd consider that a success. I mean, no one's asked me to go to the UN to talk about issues. So I think, honestly, why they go after video games is, once again, feminists have run out of things to talk about, run out of things to fight about. So they're expanding. And Anita Sarkeesian was looking for her 15 minutes. Now, she had already done a tropes versus women series prior to doing that, and it proved successful. People really liked her. She wanted to expand it and really do it about video games. And, if you look hard, you can find controversy everywhere you look. It's as she specifically said, everything is sexist, everything is racist, and you have to point it all out. But in order to do that, you'd also have to ignore a lot of facts. And she did that very well. She's like, oh, well, every woman is a damsel in distress, but all of the men, even if technically they're victims, is, oh, well, there's a male power fantasy. Oh, this woman here, Laura Croft, has such big boobs and sets impossible standards for women that they feel personally affected by that. But this big burly man, he's the male power fantasy, and he doesn't set any negative stereotypes for men. And it's like, you can't have it both ways, and she cleverly did make it both ways. But it was all about money in the end. That's all she wanted. She didn't even finish the series. She didn't deliver on what she promised. There's a lot of people who ordered like the DVD set that would come after the entire series came. And as far as I know, that hasn't ever been done. Maybe it has, but it's like she got like halfway through and she was doing 30-minute segments, and then she didn't do anything for a year. And then after that, she only did like 5-minute segments on the show. And she got money. And anything you could say after the fact, people gave her money for this stuff. That's all she wanted. And if she had done an actual analysis of this, perhaps, she could have uncovered some truth. Perhaps you could say, hey, there is the damsel in distress, but we do see instances where the industry is improving. But also to the effect you say that she failed. Did she, though? Last of Us 2 just came out, and many people are reporting on the fact that a mentor character, a male character, is beaten with a golf club. And when we look at the symbolism of that, a lot of people are pointing out how it's about beating up the patriarchy and using the golf club as the tool of the patriarchy, and you're just whacking the hell out of it. I haven't really dug too deep into that, but I do know about that. And that came out on Father's Day, or very close to Father's Day.
And they're arguing about The Last of Us 2 also. Sorry to cut you off. My apologies. But you also had Red Dead 2 come out, which had a strong Western lead and male figure. And they didn't shove... Matter of fact, they did shove the feminist movement in there. You can walk up and punch a feminist right in the face. Thank you, Rockstar. Appreciate it. But that came out in the last few years as well. I think the battleground is still even.
The thing with that, though, is that the entertainment industry is moving further and further towards the left, which is amazing, considering all of the failures they've had, such as the female Ghostbusters, a flop, Ocean's 8, a flop, Terminator, whatever it was called, flopped, Charlie's Angels, flopped. It's like we keep seeing these examples of these movies flopping, and if anyone had two brain cells working in Hollywood, they'd realize, hey, maybe we should stop making these movies because they're not getting us anywhere, and yet they continue. And we go back to Marxism of oppressor, oppressee, that's like, okay, well, in order to really promote women, we have to destroy everything that males love. Trying to find a male-only club is next to impossible these days. But you better be sure that you're going to find female-dominated clubs. Boy Scouts versus Girl Scouts. They now allow girls into the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Girl Scouts, still female only.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's ridiculous. And also, the male fraternal organizations that do still exist get demonized.
Yes, they do.
The Proud Boys, that's a male-only fraternity. They're demonized for a different reason, but even that's wrong, in my opinion. But it is a male-only fraternity. Do you hear anything about, like, the Moose Lodge? I mean, there is a Moose Lodge in the town I went to high school in. It's still active, but there's like 5 old guys in the bar area of the lodge. They're not bringing in new people. These fraternal organizations are dying.
Yes, they are. And that's what, when we start looking at like video games, this is a male-dominated space. It doesn't mean that women are not welcome, but they try to say like, oh, well, women are just not included. Like there was a study done analyzing the audio of Halo Lobby. I was like over 1,000 hours of recording, and they were trying to measure when girls were insulted. And it's like, we insult each other. And yet when it's done to a girl, it's so worse. Oh, it's sexism. And it's like, we're treating them as one of us. Maybe we might say something mean to her in gender specific, but we're saying something mean to all of each other. There was the whole Magic the Gathering issue where there was like an event that took place, and I guess there was like less than 10% were females. So they started going after Magic the Gathering or Wizards of the Coast, saying, oh, you're a sexist organization, to the point that they started having, started trying to get people hiring positions, but they specifically say, we're only looking for women. There was the metal music, I guess that's predominantly male, and that was attacked. for being sexist. Where feminism is going after all of these spaces that are male dominated. We're now going at, well, no, not now, but it's going after STEM. I mean, I have an article about a feminist complaining that they need to change STEM from being fact-based because women don't think in fact-based, right or wrong, just the facts itself. They're more, I forgot what they said, but they want to change it to be more inclusive to women so more women will get into STEM. And it's like, oh, good. There will be no future technology because no one's being trained on how to design future technology. Everyone is just being trained on how to be inclusive to women.
Well, yeah, and facts are facts. Facts don't deal with your emotions. I'm sorry. And am I mansplaining? Maybe. I don't really care. How do you feel about the ex-feminist women actually crossing over into the movement? You helped do the calendar with Modern Medusa, so I know that you're not against women helping out in the men's rights goals here. So are you encouraged by the crossover?
Honestly, we need women right now in the movement because as I'm trying to find oh, she's October in this one. Just a sec.
Yeah, and I actually helped with that project. I have one of the calendars up on my wall. Yeah, so
we hope to do another one in the near future, but we honestly need women in the men's movement, and this is actually a sad fact. But this kind of goes to the empathy gap. That when a woman speaks, everyone listens. When a man speaks, next to no one listens, even other men. And that's kind of something we need to resolve in the movement is, when a man goes out and, says something, unless they're super, super, super popular, not that many people care. And not that I'm trying to victimize myself, but it's like my campaign is almost over and I've only raised 18%. And I strongly feel that this book is a very important one. But ask yourself, if a woman was doing this, if Modern Medusa was doing this, would it make a difference? And let me also state this. I've raised nearly $5,000 doing 2 calendars that feature women predominantly, and people were more than happy to help out a cause that featured women. But on a campaign that doesn't feature women at all, it's just a man trying to get the word out there, there's less interest. And this is something that everyone really needs to look at on themselves. It's like, why do we care more about what women say than what a man does? This is the men's movement. We should care what other men have to say. And I always give as much attention as I can to other men on what they say. But this isn't a fault of feminism. This isn't a fault of Marxism. This is a fault of us being human and something that we must learn to overcome. This is a deep-seated issue, the empathy gap that we have for males. But until we resolve that, we need women speaking in this movement because when the women speak, the rest of the world wants to hear it.
Yeah, and I like the perspective of somebody who was a third wave feminist and them actually, quote unquote, getting red pilled and figuring out that's a bunch of bullshit. And, it seems to be a good thing crossing over. Some people in the men's rights movement, though, don't like the crossover. They think it's fake. They think it's infiltration.
Well, and that's something that I bring up in my author's note of this book, that a lot of men in the men's movement hates feminism. But it's like, after you read my entire book, ask yourself, can you blame them? I mean, a lot of these men as a whole just, want to get married, have a family, take care of someone, not have to worry about divorce, not have to worry about custody, alimony. They just want to be a provider, not at the denigration of their partner, but into building something. And so they try to do that and believe that if they're true to themselves and give as much of themselves as they can, it'll work out. And then they find out that it doesn't work out. And along the way, they're hurt so much that they grow to distrust women. And more importantly, feminism, because feminism seems to do whatever it can to destroy men. And so I don't blame men for not trusting women, specifically women who claim they were feminists and came over. There have been a few instances of feminists who claim to have made the crossover to men's rights and then later demonstrated that they actually didn't. They were just looking for power. And they couldn't get it in the feminist movement, so they tried to attract men to them to kind of set up their own feminist movement, if you will. So I don't, like I said, I don't blame men that they feel that way. It's not like, you know, they're just going to forget all of their pain because it's convenient to them. These are deep-seated issues for them, and they should be paranoid because it would be too easy for any woman to come into this movement and just become popular overnight if she says just the right things, especially if she has tits that just hang out there. That's enough to convince many people to support her because she's beautiful, because she shows cleavage, because she's kinky and slutty. Now, I say that, but there are a lot of really good women out there, and they deserve the attention they get, such as Modern Medusa. She does really care about men. One of her big issues is circumcision. The other big issue is about sex trafficking. And she has gone out there doing protests with bloodstained men or by herself. Like she went into a grocery store parking lot carrying around a sign. Elizabeth Hobson, who just became the leader of a political party, Justice for Men and Boys in the UK. She's always doing stuff. She goes out to the local park and gets berated by people protesting her, and she's there. You know, so there are really good women in this movement, and they deserve a fair shake. But at the same time, it's also very easy for women to get popular in this movement. So I understand why some guys are skeptical.
Okay. Abortion. My body, my choice. But if the woman chooses to keep the baby and leave you, you still have to pay child support. Is that an issue that you take pretty seriously? I'm anti-abortion myself. Everybody that watches my channel knows it. I'm not afraid to say it. But I don't know your stance on abortion, and I don't know how you feel about this issue in relation to men's rights.
Well, it is a pertinent one. And it's also a little complicated. I'll just tell you real quick what my opinion on abortion is. I'm against abortion. I think it should be outlawed. However, we need to first start by educating people on sex, educating teens on sex. We need to improve how we give this information, because a lot of parents and religious organizations approach is, well, we're not going to tell them anything because we don't want to encourage them. We're going to tell them to be abstinent, and then they go and get pregnant.
Well, what makes me mad?
Sorry, sex education in order to one day get rid of abortion.
Well, and sorry, you can go ahead here in a sec, but the one thing that makes me mad, being raised Catholic and I'm anti-abortion, to see the church, the Holy See waiver on this issue. Like, really? You believe in souls and you think this is okay now? Kind of, sort of, if you look the other way and you don't see it. What? I mean, I don't know. It's really weird. But
to be fair, the Catholic organization's really good about looking the other way.
Yeah, that's something they're well practiced in. But when it comes to men's rights, the issue is, does the man get a choice in said abortion being performed if it's his baby? And if he wants to financially abort said child, leave the relationship himself if she wants to keep the baby and not pay. Because she could not write him on the birth certificate. That's totally legal. She could just say, I don't know who the father is, and keep the baby, and he has no chance of getting any rights to said child unless he sues for a DNA test and jumps through legal hoops. You know what I
Well,
mean?
it's a little bit worse than that, in all honesty, and that's why I say that this is a little complicated of an issue. But let's start with what rights men have, because this is something that Cassie J spoke about in the Red Pill film, that she actually drew out a chart, like what's all of the women's options. Well, she can give it up for adoption, she could abort the child, she could keep the child and not have the man involved, she could keep the child and have the man involved. She has all of these options. But a man's option is he can pay for the child, he can pay for the child, he can pay for the child. That's it. That's his only options. And in the case of adoption, a woman actually has several options that she can do. She can leave a baby at a fire station and then just walk away. And the fire station will put the baby into a foster system. This is something that is still practiced. A lot of people don't know this, but this is an option. You can also do it at hospitals. You can just leave a baby there. But there's also the state of Utah. Now, in most places in the United States, to give a baby up for adoption, it has to be a mother and father that sign it. That a mother cannot give a baby up for adoption without the father signing off on it. Utah is a special exception. And a lot of women, when they're pregnant, will move to Utah, have the baby in Utah, and then sign away. And they don't even need to tell the father that they've done it. There have been many cases where fathers find out after the fact, after the baby is born, that it's been given up for adoption. And they have no legal recourse. I mean, a couple of people have tried to sue Utah for doing this, but they've all fallen flat. So, in my opinion, this is kidnapping of a child. If a man wants access to their child, they should have it. And yet they don't. But let's go into the issue of abortion. Something I hear a lot from the feminist movement is, well, if a man would learn to keep his fly zipped up, this wouldn't be a problem. Like, the onus is on men for getting women pregnant. And it's like, hey, maybe if she learned to close her legs once in a while, this wouldn't be a problem. You want to go that direction, why not go the other one? But it's never the woman's fault for having unprotected sex. It's always the man's fault for having unprotected sex. And you know what? It takes two to tango. But she can decide to get out of her responsibility for it. She can decide to get an abortion. And in some places, she can get an abortion right up until term, which I strongly disagree with. I mean, you're going to have an abortion, you need to do it like as soon as you find out. But there needs to be a limit on it. Again, I'm against abortion, but once again, while we are not educating people on sex, it's kind of a necessary evil until we educate people. But she can get out of her responsibility for it, and yet men can't. He can't make any choice on whether she gets an abortion or not. He cannot make a choice of, well, if you don't want the child, how about I take the child? Nope, that's not allowed because it's her body. So I do agree that men should be able to take a financial abortion. That if he doesn't want to care for the child at all, he should be allowed to do that, because that's what a woman essentially does. She is making a financial abortion. Now, it's also killing a life, yes, but she's deciding that she doesn't want to be responsible for another human life. A man cannot make that decision. But one other thing, and this will probably be something you want to go into, is her body, her choice. But if that child is born a boy, she can decide to circumcise him. Shouldn't it also be his body, his choice? Why is it a person's body is only important when it's a woman's body? Why is it men don't have autonomy? They don't have autonomy to their children. They don't have autonomy to their genitals. And, there have also been cases of something called splurgle. It sounds like a strange name, but it's stealing sperm. That there's been a case where this man got a blowjob for a woman. She then managed to get his semen into a plastic bag and used the plastic bag to penetrate herself, got pregnant, took the man to court, and the court decided that it wasn't stealing, that he gave his sperm to her as a gift, and she was free to use it however she wanted, and he was required to pay child support, even though his intention was not to get her pregnant. And there are many cases where women will steal sperm from men to get themselves pregnant, and men are still on the hook. And let me say, guys, if you have sex with a woman, you wear a condom, good on you. Don't throw it away at her place. Don't put it in the trash. Don't put it in the toilet. Take it with you and make sure you dispose of it properly so she doesn't have access to it. Because even if you did it into a condom, she can still get you for child support. Although if you want to have a little fun, leave a decoy condom there with some Tabasco sauce in it. So if she does try to do anything, no, don't actually do that, because I'm sure she could get you for assault. But
yeah, I've heard about the whole turkey baster idea before. Okay, that takes a special brand of crazy. When it comes to circumcision, though, that is a good point. We in the West, not only frown upon female circumcision, but it's illegal in most states. And male circumcision is legal in every state. And it's not just for religious observance, it's for aesthetic purposes. Women think it looks better, so they do that to their son. I don't know. It's weird.
There's a lot of issues that goes on with circumcision, but I mean, it's been the norm since the 1800s. Of course, women are going to prefer it. And I've seen an intact penis, and even I find it ugly. I'm used to looking at my circumcised penis and accepting that as normal, even though I know it's wrong. And if we started leaving our boys intact, give it a generation or two, and people are going to start preferring that over the other. But, there was a guy, and I forget his name at the moment, but he did this big video on circumcision, and it was really in depth. But he said that one of the primary reasons why Jewish practice circumcision, was to affect the female orgasm. That circumcision not just hurts men's sexuality of being able to enjoy sex properly, it also affects women, because an intact man will bring a woman to orgasm faster than a circumcised man. And so the Jewish community wanted to decrease the amount of orgasms women have, and one of their solutions was circumcision. So this is as much a woman's issue as it is a man's issue.
Oh, just a second. Okay, his popsicle's open, but he's getting mad. I don't know. All right, so here's another thing that kind of has people looking at the men's rights groups a little bit sideways. The incel community, and the fact that a lot of them have been militant. There was that one guy who went on a shooting spree. He was an incel or whatever. you have shootings blamed on incels, and they confuse involuntarily celibate men with the men's rights movement. Do they not?
Well, before I talk about incels, I do want to make one mention about circumcision, about why is it still practiced in the United States as being one of the only first world countries that actively engage in it. I mean, the UK does have it a little bit, but why is it still practiced? Why do the Pediatricians Association of America still push for it, even though there's a lot of research that says it's very harmful? And it comes down to moolah. There's a lot of money made on foreskins. We're talking about new cells that can be used for research purposes and cosmetics. I mean, there was a few years ago, Sandra Bullock said that she went to Korea to get a special cream put on her face that was made from the foreskins of Korean boys or something like that. Oprah Winfrey proclaimed a beauty product that used foreskin. There's a lot of money in foreskins. And if we suddenly made that illegal, there would be a major uproar within the medical community because they're losing out on a major source of income. And one factoid I found, this comes from 1999, but it talks about Medicaid. And Medicaid itself performed over 300,000 circumcisions in 1999. And it cost taxpayer, adjusted for inflation for 2019, $53 million. $53 million going for something that's completely unnecessary. And that's just Medicaid. We're not even looking at all the other hospital costs. So there is a financial motive why it still continues. And think about what that $53 million could have paid for if circumcision was no longer a thing. So I just wanted to make mention of that. Do you want to respond to that before I talk about incels?
Yeah, I didn't know actually that it was covered by that. I thought because it was a voluntary thing that you had to pay for it out of pocket. And that probably gave away, because I have sons that didn't know that insurance covers it. Yeah, but anyway, moving on.
Well, it's deemed medically necessary. That's the thing. Even though it's voluntary, hospitals do push it on parents.
Which is weird. Hey, why don't you chop off their, what if chopping the tip off your pinky was a thing, right? People just thought it looked good. So the baby's born and they're like, hey, so we're going to chop the pinky tip off. Is that all right? Yeah, sure. Go for it. I mean, it's kind of weird.
So talking about incels, now technically I'm an incel. I'm an involuntary celibate because I'm disabled, unable to work a job. I live at home with my mother. I'm constantly trying to get myself out there, meeting people, trying to find ways to make money. But I haven't had sex in about 2 years. So by the technical definitions, I'm an incel. I think incel is just a new insult that we can use to describe people. No different than neckbeards and man babies. There are men out there who desire to have sex, that desire to have relationships, and they're not able to get it. And it's actually getting a lot worse today. And you're going to notice that I talk about a lot of different issues because this is all interconnected together. I mean, we are noticing right now that dating is going down. Women are starting to have these impossible standards that only incorporate like 10% of males, which means 90% of males out there are not really in relationships anymore. If they get lucky enough to be in a marriage, that's about the only exception. A lot of women, just like a woman who's a 6 expects to get a 10. And she might settle with a 9, 8, or a 7, but she's not going to go for a 6. And in fact, it's expected that men have to go below their station. Like a man who's a 10 is expected to hook up with a 6, and that's perfectly normal. Now, these are arbitrary standards, but you get the general idea. And so a man like me, I'm a 6, and I'm not trying to be harsh on myself. I'm just accepting reality. You know, I'm an okay looking man. I don't have much to offer anyone, but if I'm going to hook up with a woman, she has to be a 3. And I have too much self-respect for that. I will at least want to date a woman who's a 6, maybe higher. That's not going to happen. So what are my choices? Well, I'm an involuntary celibate. Honestly, I'd rather have hookers. I mean, as immoral that is for a lot of people, especially those who are religious, what are your choices? You want to have sex? No women available. Hire a prostitute. At least you get it out of your system. At least you can be somewhat sane. Yes, it's still looked down upon in our society. And I don't think it should, but it is. But if you really, really need to have sex and you grow angry as a result of it, hire a prostitute. Go to a strip club. Get it out of your system any way you can. And in many ways, I think it's better to get a prostitute than to try to take a girl on a date, because a lot of them are just trying to get a free meal out of you. And I know, oh, that's so sexist to say. There are studies that are showing nowadays a lot of women are doing this. It actually has a term called a foodie call. I think that's a little clever. But women who just go on dates so they can get a free meal. And there was a woman, I forget her name at the moment, but she decided that she was going to become bisexual. She wanted to start dating women. And her experience in dating women really opened up her eyes about what men go through. Like, she had talked to her guy friends, and she's like, well, you know, you can't just expect a woman to have sex with you just because you take them on a date. And then she went on a date with women, and she met those that just wanted a free meal out of her and didn't call her. And she's like, oh, wow, this is what men are talking about. So involuntary celibate men, it's an unfortunate thing, but it is happening. It's happening a lot more now. And like I said, men just want to find one woman, be with her, and no one else, raise a family, have a career. That's it. And they're not being able to get that. That's why a lot of incel men, like there was that, I forget what it was, where they got 3 people from the men's right and 3 people that were feminists. And one of them was Sidney Watson, but there was also the incel male. And he's like, oh, well, mankind should return back to 100 years ago. And they are trad cons because, hey, it was a lot easier to get a woman 100 years ago versus today. So, but incel men, if you can afford it, get a prostitute. Seriously, it's cheaper on you in the long run. It gets you the sex you need. And maybe if you feel better about yourself because you're getting the sex you need, you can attract a woman who might be interested in you instead of being desperate every time you meet a woman, you want to have sex with her. And I think he's dealing with his kids right now. Hopefully he heard all of that. So, and in the comments, he says, it's always been like that. Just now it's worse. And perhaps, but it used, before the internet, it seemed like it was a little bit easier for people to find each other. That, you know, people go out to bars and they meet each other. They meet each other through common, like going out to work. But now men are afraid to talk to women at work because they're afraid of being accused of sexual harassment. And this prevents people from hooking up. This prevents people from starting relationships because they're so afraid of each other. We're seeing now that male leaders are afraid of mentoring female workers because, again, they're afraid of being accused of rape, of sexual harassment. And this all connects together. If men are not going out there and trying to meet women because they're afraid that they're going to be accused of sex, there's just going to be less relationships overall.
Well, no, and that's the thing. When it comes to like the Me Too movement, when that became big, I mean, COVID and other things have overshadowed that. But you had everybody and their grandmother accusing men of sexual harassment. It was almost like it was the 90s again when sexual harassment actually got on the map. Um, and a lot of times these are women actresses who voluntarily had sex with somebody for the purpose of a role. They knew what they were doing, they did it voluntarily, and they might have even enjoyed it. And then 30 years later, the man has to get fired and lose his job. I mean, it's sleazy. Yeah. It was a piece of shit thing to do. Yeah. But everybody in Hollywood was doing it at that point. And most of them are dead now. So, yay, you get to fire the ones that are still alive.
Well, look at Les Moonves. I mean, Redstone, I forget her first name, she wanted to take over Paramount and CBS into one company again, Viacom, which Munez was the one who split it in the first place. So she used the Me Too movement to get him out to get the two companies back together again. Another example of the Me Too movement and how suddenly someone came forward is Monica Lewinsky. Now, up until the Me Too movement, she said that what happened to her wasn't rape, that her relationship with Bill Clinton was consensual. What she didn't like about the situation is how she was forced to cover it up and how badly everyone treated her as a result. Once the Me Too movement became a thing, she said, Bill Clinton raped me.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And you went on a long rant about prostitution, and I'm a libertarian. I believe it should be legal anyway, and it's legal in the state of Nevada. So there's that. My friend used to live in Elko. There was 3 whorehouses in town and 4 casinos. So that's kind of how Nevada is all over. What I was mainly talking about with the incels, though, isn't somebody who's single. We used to just call that single. You're having a large dry spell. That sucks, but you're single. You're still trying to engage with the opposite sex. No, there are people who have shut down communications pretty much because they got rejected so many times that they're just fed up. They don't get the idea of Boomhauer and just walking through the store and asking every chick he sees out on a date until someone says yes.
Well, in those instances, quick quote about prostitution, as I always refer to George Carlin. He says, fucking is legal, selling is legal, but selling fucking is illegal. As far as the incels, those don't sound like involuntary celibate. Yeah, they've been hurt. I've been hurt by almost every single relationship I've been in, but I don't hold all women to that standard. There's some good ones out there. They just happen to be married. But, if you are choosing to reject women, that's no longer involuntary. That's a voluntary celibate. I mean, you can call yourself an incel all you like, but you're not an incel if you're specifically saying, hey, I've had nothing but bad relationships with women, so I'm going to stop talking to them. I'm going to stop trying to have sex and call myself an incel.
That's fair. What I always found, though, is, since I was 16, I haven't had really a dry spell like that. I'm married now. So,
or rub it out, whichever pleases you.
But no, the thing is, though, when you're dating a chick, at least 2 of her friends are interested in you. So go back to your ex and then look at her circle of friends and hit them up. I mean, just a piece of advice there. It's worked. But other men's rights issues. we've talked about abortion. We've talked about. Oh, okay. So women can serve in combat, but they can't be on the front line. Do you support that? Because
That's not
for
true.
me, I think that is a men's rights issue, and I don't know because I don't want women on the front line. I don't want them captured. They'll be
That's
tortured
not
and they'll
true.
kill everything. But then
That's not,
again, they want to be in the military, but they want to be behind in the background.
that's no longer true. Women are allowed on the front line.
Do you think it should stay that way then?
Well, that's a complicated issue, and I guess my overall stance is yes, I think that's acceptable, but it comes with a caveat that they have to meet the same qualifying standards that men can, and most women can't. But what ends up happening here is that they lower the standards for women. Hell, when I was in the military, I was required to do like 45 sit-ups and 25 push-ups, but women were only required to do 15 push-ups. And it's like they get in at a lower standard. I mean, if I had to meet their standard, I could easily get in. And this is fine. There's sex differences, and maybe they go into a job that's not physically intensive. That's fine, and they're weaker, but still, they get a lesser requirement. And now with combat, same thing. They've had to lower standards just so women can get on the front lines. And this is not the only place we see this. The New York Fire Department got sued by a woman's group for discrimination, and they won $50 million from the fire department in New York because they didn't have enough women in their force. So New York had to lower its standards in order to allow women to come. And there was one story I remember where a woman kept failing her physical test, and they kept giving her chance after chance after chance, and she still got in, despite the fact that she cannot handle the same load as a man. I joke around that it's like people in New York, when you call and say, hey, there's a fire, request a man to come help you. Because do you want someone who passed the physical requirements of that job, or do you want someone who got in because of affirmative action? If you need to be carried out, who do you want carrying you out? Someone who made the standard or someone who got in on a pass? Because if someone got in on a pass, I don't trust them at all. And the funny thing about that is a lot of women who did meet the standards of firefighters hated the fact that they lowered the standards because it now makes them look bad. I mean, are they going to be given an easier fire, or women on the front line? Are they going to be given an easier target? Hey, man, you go in and invade this place over here and kill everyone and try not to get shot. But this woman over here, go take that Jeep over there that no one's using. Be careful. I mean, the combat is not going to be any easier, and yet we're lowering standards just so we can be more equality-centric.
Well, I just figure, I thought it was because we wanted to have bake sales at the front line. No, I'm kidding. All right. There hasn't been a woman president yet. It's all men. Isn't that proof of the patriarchy?
It's an interesting question because people assume that if a woman was president, she would cater to women's issues. But there have been women in political positions throughout the United States. In fact, I remember reading about a woman who was in a political position in Texas, and she voted against abortion rights for women. And it's like, just because you have a woman in office doesn't mean she's going to tote the line for all females everywhere.
Oh,
just
yeah.
like Barack Obama did not tote the line for all African Americans, even though he was put on that pedestal. That Donald Trump, like him, hate him, whatever, has done more for the black community than Obama every day. I mean, Trump made Martin Luther King's birth home a national monument. And this idea was given to Obama, and he never acted on it. So just because we have a woman in office, in fact, I wanted Hillary Clinton to be elected just to show the feminists that she would not be your leader, that you would grow to hate her because she didn't care about you. She used you to get into a position of power and would have done things against women's best interest for her own selfish gain. I'm glad Donald Trump got elected. I did vote for him, but it would have been funny if Hillary Clinton got in office and then feminists could have seen that, oh my God, a female leader is not toting the feminist line.
Oh yeah, it would be funny. Like, I want them to elect my wife. It'd be brilliant. I'll be the first husband, in the White House. That's fine because my wife talks to me about everything, and I know I get to be the guy going, yeah, that Nancy Pelosi person. I think she supported Antifa long enough. Put her on the list. But no, in all honesty, my wife is more anti-abortion than I am, so I get what you're saying. And look at Thatcher in the UK; she was far more conservative than anything else. Where will the men's rights movement go from here? I know you want to publish this series of books, and I would like to know also, what's the other books in the series? I've checked out the campaign. It sucks that you put out the campaign also during this whole virus thing, where a majority of Americans got wiped out of work. That probably hasn't helped it either. But once again, the link is in the description. He's not looking for that much, guys. So go click that link.
Well, let me say this first and foremost, is no matter what happens with this campaign, and I might push it for another 30 days, I do have that option. No matter what, this book is going to be published. You're going to be able to buy this on Amazon. But if I don't have an editor, I'll have to rely on myself and maybe someone who volunteers to look at it. I'll have to design the cover by myself. Maybe Modern Medusa would be interested in doing that. I'll be limited in marketing. But the book is going to get published no matter what. But if I can get some money together, I can get this much further. So, even if you don't donate and you want to buy the book later, that's also fine. But please share it if you can. Go ahead.
Do you know Maddie, the news chick? She's on Twitter. She obviously does YouTube. She also edits and stuff for people via commission, but it would probably be cheaper than somebody else. I can connect you to her if that's an option you would like to hear out.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in anyone who can help me out in any way, and I'm happy to look at anyone's portfolio. Basically, the image I have is pretty much what I'm going to use, which I designed myself. And mostly I just want that to be polished up. So I don't think that's going to be necessarily a big expense, but I do want that to be as professional as possible.
Editing part. I don't know any artists, so she does editing and stuff for people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty good when it comes to editing, but writers make their own worst editors. We need other people to look at our work. But to answer your other question, where do we go from here? Well, we just got to keep going out there. More and more people are turning away from feminism. And a lot of these groups out there right now, which we won't mention by name, they're just doing stupid shit. Like, there's no consistency in what they're doing. And people are starting to wake up and like, oh, wait, why am I supporting this? They're morons. And here we have the men's movement, but, we have a horrible PR because people still think we're a hate movement. So my book, I'm hoping, is going to be something that helps with that. And maybe not right away, but sooner or later, people are going to want to learn more. And my book is going to be the best introduction to that. And, you know, some of the other issues that we haven't talked about that I'm going to try to include, and this is only a small subset, there's like, I have over like 200 folders of different issues we have, but body image issues. We don't think about body image being an issue for males, but, you know, a lot of males try to make themselves as strong as they can to be in sports. 10 to 15% of those diagnosed with anorexia or bulimia are male. But we never think about that. And that's part of the problem is by the time anyone figures out that a male has starved themselves, it's a little too late because we don't associate this problem with males. We associate this problem with women. Other issues is education, and we didn't really get to talk about that. But like 80% of teachers are female. Most men, you know, if a man is born in a single parent household, he probably won't meet a male authority, a positive male authority, unless he goes to college. It is possible to go through elementary school, middle school, and high school never having had a male teacher. And that's just so sad.
Well, no, and that's interesting because the teachers that are male usually are math teachers, history teachers, and science teachers. So you're looking at history as the arts because I was going for my bachelor's in history. It was an arts degree. But other than that, you're looking at STEM fields.
Yeah. False rape accusations, there's a lot there. There's also cancer, mental health, veterans, suicide.
Actually, we still have a little bit of time. So we could talk about mental health. Let's talk about the suicide rates and stuff between men and women, because that is a big issue that we haven't touched upon yet. And I've done entire streams about mental health and suicide prevention. A friend of mine actually, he killed himself, and it was over a girl. So I'm not blaming all women for that, but I'm just saying that's what the catalyst was. And I think for a majority of men who commit suicide, it is usually over a spouse, a girlfriend, or money issues, right?
Well, let me throw a statistic that I have. 84% of men who committed suicide sought help a year before they died.
And why would they? I mean, we could throw the stats out there, but what are the reasons you think they weren't helped? Because obviously they weren't. And handing somebody a pill and saying go home isn't help.
Because one of the major issues is that anyone who goes through academia is trained to be a feminist. And when a male comes to a psychiatrist and says, I'm having issues, they're not taking that seriously because they're trained on how to handle female issues. Any male issues has to be the fault of the man. Oh, well, I'm not really meeting any women. Oh, well, the problem is you. And it's fair to say that if someone's thinking about suicide because of a woman, they are the cause of their own problems. But to say that it's your fault doesn't help them. You know, there's just not that many resources out there to help men. You know, one thing that I often hear from the feminists is, well, more men commit suicide, but women try to commit suicide far more, which I've never found anything to substantiate that. But the thing is, a woman can attempt to commit suicide, fail, which they often do, and then get all sorts of support services to help her out. Men don't get that. In fact, because of my disability, I was suicidal. And every now and then, I kind of feel those thoughts come up. And one day, I decided to call the suicide hotline. That seems like a logical thing to do. I got transferred 3 times before I actually spoke to someone. The woman on the phone said, okay, so what's going on? I gave her a basic explanation. She's like, so I'm going to have a caseworker call out to you and see if they can help you out. Is there anything else I can do for you? I'm like, this is the suicide hotline, right? And she's like, yes, because I got transferred 3 times. Maybe I got transferred somewhere wrong. I'm like, nope, there's nothing else you can do for me. I'm feeling suicidal right now. I want to kill myself. And you're saying someone's going to call me back? Shouldn't you try to talk me down off the ledge? And no. And I often wondered, if I was a woman calling into there, would they have connected me to someone that would have tried to help me? I don't know. But, there's also like another stat that I want to read you about domestic violence that kind of helps with this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Just a second. Of 302 heterosexual men who called the domestic violence hotline, 64% were told they only help women. 57% were referred to batterers program, that they were assumed to be the batterer, even though they were calling in because they're being abused. We're going to send you to a group that can help you. Hey, why are you abusing your wife? I'm not. She's abusing me. Well, why did you get transferred here then if you're a victim? I mean, men try to get out there and get help, and they're basically told there's nothing we can do to help you. And this is why men commit suicide for the most part, is they try to talk about their problems and they can't. I mean, there was the campaign of the woman who says, I bathe in male tears. I drink male tears coffee mug. They say, oh, well, we want men to express their feelings more. And the moment they do, they're called crybabies. They're called man babies. Men can't properly express themselves. Feminists keep saying, well, we need to encourage men to get away from toxic masculinity and talk about their emotions. And yet when us in the men's movement try to do it, we can't. A famous example is Big Red, when she pulled the fire alarm and it's like, I'm reading, fuckface. And Dan Perrins was there and he's trying to talk about all these issues. And she's like, cry me a river. Cry me a river. And she's there trying to say that feminism cares about men and that it's the patriarchy that's causing the problem. And then when Dan tries to express some of the problems men face, she is mocking them by singing a song saying, cry me a river. No wonder why men commit suicide. They have no outlet. And any outlet they have is being destroyed. Magic the Gathering? Nope, we have to have women in there. Video games? Nope, we have to have women in there. Men predominantly buy video games, but now they can get Last of Us 2, where they get to see a man beaten with a golf club. Ooh, that's going to help them out so much.
Well, no, and it's interesting about the suicide prevention hotline. I never called it because I was never suicidal. But I do know that Ted Bundy volunteered at the Seattle suicide hotline while he was committing his murders. But he did great work there, pillar of the community and all. But he actually talked to people. Like, they don't do that now. Now they just connect you to a social worker. That seems really weird to me. But all right, you were going through so like mental health. A lot of that though, it's not only like suicidal thoughts, but a lot of it is PTSD, which now everybody and their grandmother has PTSD. But PTSD came from, serving in war. Really was the root of it. Do you think that's being misdiagnosed now, largely?
Yes, I do. We had a woman who was on Twitter, and she was saying, "Oh, I have PTSD because people give me mean tweets on Twitter. My counselor said it's post-traumatic stress disorder." And a soldier said, you don't have PTSD. I have PTSD. I mean, I've actually been in war. I've seen people die in front of me. I have PTSD. You don't have it. And she managed to get him in trouble in his unit because he said she didn't have PTSD. Women now need trigger warnings. Like there was a class at Harvard that couldn't teach in a basic law class about rape laws, which was a standard to do because someone in the classroom got raped. And so they had to excuse themselves from that lecture and demanded that it not be on the test. And it's like, well, she has PTSD. There was the Janice Fiamingo talk. It was either her or Christina Hoff Sommers that someone's like, oh, my dog has PTSD because of your talk. People are throwing around the term, just like everything else, that it starts to mean nothing. Just like the word rape. Oh, he stared at me for too long. It's rape. There's a recent article where a woman said because of all the negative comments she got for her book that she feels like she got raped. And it's like, wow, if that's the case, then I've definitely been raped many times over. But, it's like you keep throwing these words around rather than focusing on what they're specifically for. They become meaningless. That's like, oh yeah, I have PTSD, not a big deal. I think that anyone who has PTSD and makes it a big deal are just wimps. They don't know how to deal with it. I deal with it all the time. Well, what caused your PTSD? Oh, well, being a woman in a patriarchy, that caused me PTSD. But, I don't go on Twitter and cry about it. I mean, that's what's going to happen.
Well, no, PTSD, okay. Oh, man. I have known I knew a Vietnam vet, and hopefully he's still around, but he was my neighbor and I moved, so I haven't seen him in a while. But me and him were hanging out one night, drinking a couple beers. And then suddenly he goes and grabs, first he starts telling me about Vietnam. And I knew this was going to end bad when he tells me about being a machine gunner. And I'm like, oh, great, this is not going to end well. And then he goes to grab another beer and he comes back with a knife and says, with all those people I fucking killed, I should just kill myself. And now here I am with this old Vietnam vet. We're both drunk. And I got to try and get a knife out of his hand. So that's PTSD. People just freak out. Something triggers them. A memory, a smell, something. And they just wig out. It's not getting your feelings hurt. That's called getting your feelings hurt.
Well, and look at how the military initially responded to this. This used to be called shell shock. And the military's overall, at first, was like, oh, these men are just trying to get special treatment. They're just trying to get out of combat. Something I remember reading about was like the accuracy of soldiers in World War I was about 20%. Because in a lot of cases, soldiers would fire above their enemies' heads because they didn't want to kill another human being. And they actually had to change the training regimen for warfare because no one wanted to kill another person. So by World War II, the accuracy went up because they were trained not to think of the person they were fighting as another human being. And, then it's like when all is said and done, they realize, wait a minute, I killed human beings. And the Army's response was, well, no one else is suffering from this. Why are you? You're just trying to get out of being a soldier. You're just trying to get special attention. And these men suffered a great deal, and no one took them seriously. And we still see that today. It's a little bit more widely accepted. I do have something on veterans' mental health. This document I made for the calendars for facts that I was going to use in it. That's why I have these readily available. But 20% of vets from either Iraq or Afghanistan suffer from depression or PTSD. And of that, 20% have experienced traumatic brain injury, something I know a lot about because I suffered traumatic brain injury, not in war, but at work. Veterans who suffer PTSD are 4 times more likely to have suicidal thoughts. 40% of homeless veterans suffer from PTSD.
Yeah, and one statistic that's probably not in there is about the number of homeless that are veterans. You might have that, but you probably, I don't know if you do or not. But it's a large percentage of the homeless are these veterans who can't get help. The VA was so messed up for such a long time that these guys, they're just collecting a check and sleeping on the street. You know, they're getting their pension and their SSI, and they're, you know, drinking it away for the most part.
Well, I do have that 1.4 million veterans are at risk for homelessness. Let's see. I know I've seen that somewhere. It's probably in my notes somewhere else now. But yes, a large percentage of homeless are veterans. And of course, a large percentage of the veteran homeless have PTSD. And, you know, there was also the issue with the VA, especially in Arizona. This was a big controversy under Obama's policy because Obama said, well, made a mandate that all patients that go and seek the VA need to be seen within 30 days. And what this ended up what happened is they started taking people's names off the list in order to meet that quota of seeing patients within 30 days. If it looked like they were not going to be seen in 30 days, they were removed off of the list so they could keep their quotas. And, you know, a lot of veterans, it took them months or even years to get seen by a doctor. And some even died waiting to go see a doctor. And, you know, there are veteran women out there, but the majority of veterans are male. So this does become a male issue.
Yeah, and Ain't Jack in the chat says the majority of homeless are men, and that is why no one cares. I think the 85%. I believe the main reason people don't care about the homeless is not necessarily because they're men. I believe that a majority of Americans that haven't lived like that believe that it's their own choice to be homeless. That they're homeless because they're a druggie or they're a drunk. They don't understand there's other ways. I mean, I had a house, 3-bedroom house, paid my rent and everything, but the bank account was in my ex-girlfriend's name. And she took off, didn't pay the rent. She had all my money. I had no money. I'm homeless. That's not me choosing to be homeless. I had a job. I paid my shit. I got robbed. I mean, so it's just something Americans don't think about unless they've lived through it. Anything else? Usually I go 2 to 3 hours, and I don't know if you have another hour in you. So
yes.
What would you like to close out with? Or if you have more time, then we can go keep going. It's up to you.
I'd prefer to keep going, in all honesty, because we're discussing some really good stuff here. And if nothing else, this is a good video as an introduction to the men's movement because we're discussing so many of the various issues.
All right. Well, then I've been asking the questions. Go ahead and pick a topic that you're really passionate about and tell us a little bit about that issue.
Well, my big issue is the empathy gap. And the only problem with that is that's all encompassing. Like every issue that men face is technically part of the empathy gap. But there was something I had. Hold on, let me find it real quick because I think this is very poignant. Maybe, where was it?
Well, while you're looking that up, I'll read the chat. Goatman, I stand with Goatman. That's the thing me and him say back and forth. He says, if I can't see him, how would I know? Not trying to be an ass. But that is a good point for most Americans. If you're middle class or higher, unless you're downtown, you're probably not seeing the homeless camps. Unless you live in places like Oregon, where there's homeless camps all over Portland and Eugene, and they even come up into the Cascades where I live and camp up here during the summer. They're the ones that start a majority of the forest fires, actually. Uncontrolled.
I'd actually like to answer that question. The truth is you do see them and you don't realize it. I've seen a few times in like comments on videos about homelessness where someone says they're homeless and someone replies to the comments like, why do you have a cell phone if you're homeless? That's like the most absurd thing. I mean, I had a laptop and I was living in a homeless shelter. It's not like you are denied access to technology. I still had a cell phone. I still had a laptop. And I look like an everyday person. If you saw me on the street, you wouldn't know that I was homeless. And yet I was. A lot of what I saw in the homeless shelter is that men had jobs and they were still going to their jobs. They just couldn't afford rent. So they're at a job, they're making money, but they don't make enough to actually get a place to stay. So they have to sleep in a homeless shelter. You do see the homeless, like those who are begging for money. It's like, hey, give me some money. We'll work for food. I mean, that's the stereotypical homeless. And those are the ones that you'll probably say, yeah, they're homeless. But more than likely, you have seen homeless people and never realized it.
No, and it's not like these homeless people with cell phones or laptops are buying them instead of a place to live, okay? There was another time, like I said, I've been homeless 3 or 4 times. There was another time I was kicked out. I was the roommate, and my buddy, and he's my best friend. I was living with him and his girlfriend. Well, him and his girlfriend broke up. So when she kicked him out, guess who left? The best friend. So here I am with a good paying job. And I didn't have a car because I lived in town. I just took the bus everywhere. It was cheaper. So here I am finding the first shopping cart I can find with everything I own. Flat screen TV, computer, clothes, all sorts of shit. And I was still homeless. And I had a shopping cart. I remember just stopping and eating because I had a little bit of money, not enough to get into a place. I ended up getting a motel room or whatever. But I'm just eating and I'm looking at my shopping cart. I'm like, damn, it looks like I fucking robbed a Walmart.
And, a lot of people who become homeless were once successful in their lives. So, of course, they have this stuff. And, yeah, they could go and sell it. But it's like, for me, I was doing ghostwriting as a way to make some money. Not a whole lot, but some money. So, I mean, it's not at a place for me to have a laptop. It was a cheap laptop that I had gotten before I became homeless. I think I had it for like a year. But you don't necessarily know that people are homeless when you look at them. But, going into the empathy gap, I saw a commercial that said 1 in 4 homeless are women and we need to help them. And it's like, that is so fucked up because what do you think the other 3 are? Men. But there's no attention being given. Like 3 in 4 homeless are men. We need to help them. Nope. It's the 1 in 4 that we need to help. And Ain't Jack is saying, there are more shelters for women than there are for men. And I don't know if that's 100% true, but because there are less homeless women out there, they probably have a better percentage of homeless shelters for them, and probably a better standard of care, because it's like, hey, you can either give money to help homeless women or to help homeless men. Where do you give your money to?
Well,
Average person will probably give it to homeless women because they think, oh, well, they probably have children and need more help.
well, it's not only that. My mom stayed at the Eugene Mission, a shelter, for a little bit. And the men's side is set up almost okay. So you have cots, and you show up at 8 o'clock every night. You have dinner, and then you go to sleep, and you have cots or whatever, and you have to be gone all day out looking for work. They'll try and help you find a job, whatever. But on the women's side weren't just like this old school cots. Because when I say you just had cots, I mean no rooms, like just a room full of fold out cots. You know what I mean? Looks like a World War II triage, right? The women's side, they had rooms, and no men were allowed over at all, because protect the women. So they had showers, they had kitchenettes, they had like my mom ended up working at the mission, checking people in. So she actually started getting paid through the mission, and got the work out of being homeless. Men didn't get that opportunity usually, and they're in such a restricted area. I mean, you're sleeping on a cot 3 feet away from another dude who might be high on heroin. Where are you going to put your stuff? I mean, how are you even going to sleep, right?
Well, when I was in Philadelphia, that wasn't so much a problem. We put our bags up in a cage at nighttime, but we still had, like, I always took my cell phone with me, but I had to hide it. Kind of have to form little alliances with people. Hey, I'll watch your stuff if you watch my stuff, sort of thing. We did have a big shower that we had to share. And it's a little uncomfortable for some guys because they don't want to be naked in front of other males. They would constantly cover themselves and actually take a shower with their hand in front of their penis. Now, me, I don't give a shit. I mean, if you want to look at me while I'm naked, more power to you. I'm not going to try to hide my proud cock. But when I was in Detroit, they didn't have a cage for me to lock up my stuff. So I did have my bag, and there was always a constant case of people stealing shit. And they're like, we see you on the camera. We want you to, and I don't even think the cameras were actually on, because they're always like, we see you on the camera, so you guys need to stop doing that. So again, you kind of have to form an alliance with someone, like, hey, you'll watch their stuff if they watch your stuff. At least that did have a big shower, but people tend to only have one person in there at a time. But it's not a great environment to be in. I was on bunk beds in both places, and one of them had bed bugs, so that was a lot of fun.
No, and Goatman says, if you ever lived on the streets, even for 4 days, like me, him obviously, in the cold, rainy Vancouver weather, you would sure enjoy a warm bed and a hot meal. I don't know if that's Vancouver, Washington, or Canada, but Washington's where my son, my oldest, was born. Actually, was Vancouver, and I was homeless for the whole spring in Oregon. And I had a tent and a bunch of tarps, and I could not set these tarps up to keep the rain off of my tent to save my life, because it rains so bad in Oregon and Washington in the Northwest that it just soaks through one tarp, another soaks through your rain fly, soaks through your tent. Your whole camp becomes a muddy sludge. It's horrible. And Pinoid, $5 super chat. Thank you, Pinoid. How you gonna have a men's rights stream and not invite me? What the fuck? Well, actually, we've been going about 2 hours. Do you want me to open this up, Madcat? Do you want some more people, or do you want to close discussion? It's up to you.
go ahead and bring some people in, but I want to tell you a personal story about being homeless and then go over these stats. And then after that, we can bring someone in.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so this calendar right here, the 2018, something people don't know about this is I was actually homeless when I was working on this. And when I was homeless at first, I was actually sleeping on the street. And, I had Modern Medusa was texting me, asking me questions, and I was making decisions about the calendar, about how we were doing things, talking to various models while I was sleeping on the street. So I know what it's like. I only did it for about 2 days because when I called up the shelter, they're like, oh yeah, well, you can only be here for 30 days. And I'm like, well, if I'm only going to be there for 30 days and then I'm going to get kicked out, well, then I will sleep on the streets at first and wait till the winter months come, and then I will go sleep in a shelter. They didn't explain the shelter system very well. And I ended up getting injured and had to call I had to call an ambulance to come pick me up because I injured myself. I was on crutches for like 3 months, but it was like, after that, I just decided I can't be on the street. I have to be in a shelter. I'll figure something out once I get there. So I do know what it's like to sleep on the streets. And yeah, it's not pleasant. And I'm glad I went to the shelter when I did because I wasn't prepared to be on the streets. I thought, oh yeah, I can handle it. It's not a thing. And I couldn't sleep at all. I was like constantly afraid all the time, and I was completely isolated. So, but I did find the stuff about the empathy gap that I do want to share. And I've got two different studies. The first one says, in a 2016 study, researchers performed experiments and found that both men and women are more willing to sacrifice the lives of men to save women, more willing to subject men to pain for monetary gain, and strongly felt it was morally unacceptable to harm women. And then the second, in a 2015 study, researchers performed 4 experiments and found that men are more than likely than women to sacrifice the lives of 3 people of the same sex to save 1 person of the opposite sex. So men were more willing to sacrifice 3 men to save 1 woman, but women were more likely to save 1 woman, more likely to save 3 women than to save 1 man.
Well, that kind of goes down to the fact that men in general are raised to protect the family and to be the hunter, the protector. It's why we are the majority in police work. We're a majority in the military. We're a majority in business, which is cutthroat. We're a majority of serial killers. I mean, there is a reason for this. It is testosterone and the societal values placed upon the man. And I'm going to go ahead and drop the link just in the chat. Go ahead and jump in, guys. If anybody gets out of control, I know how to put you in the back room. It's all good. I invited Madcat on here to help him get his book funded. So that's why we're here, guys. So don't come on and be a jackass.
Well, the most important thing to take away from this, though, is not that men are willing to sacrifice themselves, is that they're willing to sacrifice other men to help women. They will betray other men if it means to help. What's up?
Oh, I put the wrong link in there. There, correct link. Yeah, my bad, guys.
So men, it's like the trolley problem. You've got 3 men and 1 woman, and you've got to decide who you're going to kill with the trolley. And 10 out of 10 times, men will choose to kill the 3 men versus the 1 woman, even though 3 times more people will die as a result. It's important to protect the woman. But in the reverse, if it's a woman and she sees 3 women and 1 man, she will choose the 1 man and not the 3 women.
Hey, what's up, Penoid?
What up, man?
Penoid, this is Madcat, Tom P. He's also another YouTuber, and he's strong into the men's rights. I met him earlier with the repeal of the 19th. You gotta be halfway joking on that shit, right, Penoid? Come on.
I'm not really joking about that, like, at all. Like, that's really not a joke, dude. Like, I really don't think that you should give, you know what I'm saying, individuals the right to have, you know what I mean, freedoms that they don't have responsibility for.
I agree with that. When women got the right to vote, they got it without selective service, which at the time meant like the bucket brigade. Like if there was a fire, a police officer could come to you and say, hey, I need you to help me put out this fire. That's some dangerous shit right there. You have to get a bucket and throw it on a fire. And it doesn't sound that dangerous, but yeah, it is dangerous to put out a fire. Now we have fire departments, but back then we didn't. And in fact, a lot of women during the time of the suffragettes didn't want the right to vote because they didn't want the responsibility that came with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of parts of this too. I mean, it's not only that, but like it's also service, you know what I'm saying, inside of the military. It's also the amount of money paid in taxes. It's the responsibility for, I mean, your community as a whole. Like there's a whole lot of things that go with this that women just aren't responsible for. And even today, like women have all of the freedom and none of the responsibility. Like, you know, and I don't think that's the way we should be handling our business. You know what I mean?
And there I agree that we should repeal it because, you know, if you don't sign up for selective service, you can get denied access to grants to go to college. You can be denied government jobs because you didn't sign up for it.
I got an even, you can be denied mortgages.
Yeah. And men have been arrested for not signing up. Now, the last arrest was in 1988. And in that case, the man publicly said, I refuse to sign up for selective service. But, you know, if you go to jail because you don't sign up for it, then you're denied rights to vote.
I mean, like, I just like all this, like, you know, the one thing that I really wanted to holler about real quick was like this whole Black Lives Matter nonsense and like all the protests. Like every one of these dudes who have been shot by the police all had a child support case. Every last fucking one of them. And George Floyd was 3 months behind on his fucking child support when he got murdered by that police officer. I want to say that is the child support is the most destructive thing in our fucking society today altogether.
Well, how would you go about rectifying that then? Because you can't necessarily end all child support, and I'll tell you why. Let's say I end up starting a business. Me and my wife are married, you know, which, you know, obviously we are. But let's say I start a business today and it takes off. In 10 years, she's used to a level of income. She's not working at all because my business took off. She's at home with the kids. And then I decide to leave her for a waitress. Let's make me the bad guy here. I leave her for a waitress. Why the hell should she have to take care of the kids and have no money and no job experience for 10 years? That's why they created child support, was a divorce. It's been abused, yes, but there is.
Well, you're actually talking about two issues right there. You're talking about child support and alimony.
Yeah. Those are two separate things, right? Child support's a whole different animal altogether, right? And well, they're remotely the same in the way that they're enforced, though, is really the issue. In the state of Pennsylvania, where I live at, like they have what's known as spousal support. and literally it racks up the same way that child support does, and it's enforced the same exact way that child support does. And as far as I'm concerned, Matt Dodge, I'll be honest with you, I don't care. All right, because you cannot continue to stand here and destroy your society and destroy the men of your society in the manner in which you're doing, and continue to impoverish this many individuals. Like, you're talking about on any given day, 78,000 men are laying in fucking a prison bed right now in some county jail because of fucking child support. You're talking about 50% of all drug fucking inmates are there, you know what I mean, because like fucking they had a child support goddamn case. You're talking about if you go to jail and you come out with a child support debt, which it does not stop racking up while you're inside of the prison system, right? If you leave jail with a child support debt, on average, you will go back to jail 4 more fucking times.
Actually, I gotta correct you there, Pinoid. My wife, her ex, he is the father of Samantha. He's in prison. And his child support stopped because he petitioned the court to have it stop.
He's very lucky then.
Again, these are rare occasions. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to it, these are very rare occasions that this happens. The vast majority of people come out of jail with more fucking debt due than they're owed. And then the moment they get a job, if they can get a job, because now they're a convict and they have a fucking criminal record, they end up having their entire paycheck stolen from them. And they have no way to feed themselves, and they're driven into the underground economy. This is like stated by places like fucking Connecticut and Harvard have fucking done studies on this. And I've done videos and the evidence, and I have all the, links for everything inside of the videos and whatnot. You know what I mean?
I need to check out your channel. That's probably going to help my research. I want to respond to this real quick. He's absolutely right. My research has shown this. It's like the limit is $5,000, and if you don't pay it, you can go to jail. But the thing is you're still accruing a debt while you're in prison. And, the thing is that's also really fucked up about this is you could be paying child support, but there is no requirement that a woman who receives child support has to spend money on the child. And there are many instances where women are buying things from themselves and barely giving anything to the child.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it on Facebook. Oh yeah, got my nails done with the child support, and they're bragging about it, right? That's what you're referring to.
And then you have men like AP, you know what I'm saying, who he's been out here battling this fucking system forever, right? He stated a bunch of times, he's like, yo, look, you literally unless that bitch smokes crack in court, there's not a fucking chance that he would ever get his fucking daughter, full time.
Which is messed up. It really is. I like AP, and he's a good guy. And that's messed up because I won. I've had full custody of my oldest from 6 months on. I won that fight. So,
and I'm glad that you did, but you are a minority of fathers who have won full custody. There was a case I read about where a woman, she lost custody of her children because she went to prison. I forget what it was for, but when she got out, she got shared custody like that. She just petitioned the court and they gave it to her, even though the father fought against that.
Oh, yeah. Me and Pinoid have had this conversation, and Pinoid said the same thing to me because even my lawyer and the DHS lady, when I got custody of my son, she looked at me and goes, you're the fastest man in the state of Oregon to ever get custody of their kid, right? That was back in 2005. So it might be different now. But yeah, within, he was put into the system. He went to my mom's house. By the time he was 6 months old, he had been he was given to me in my custody. I had a brand new apartment. And DHS gave me a $5,000 card to spend to furnish the entire apartment. It was insane. And now I'm not proud of that. I'm a libertarian. I don't like to be spent that way. But if they do that for every woman that goes through the system, how much money is being spent?
Well, and it's a little bit worse than that because I just watched a documentary that kind of covers this. It's called Divorce Inc. And how divorces and child custody and alimony is handled in the United States, I imagine Canada too, is abysmal. That you, if you're married and you say, hey, I want to get a divorce, and we're both like, we're not vindictive people, we just want a clean break. You still have to go to a divorce court to get a judge to sign off on it. And a judge can say, no, I don't think you've done this properly. You both need legal representation in order for this to happen. And divorce lawyers will bleed you dry. They will squeeze out as much money as they can for this proceeding. Again, you wanted to end this amicably, but the lawyers do not. And the court does not want to because they get money out of it as well. And the thing is, you know, a criminal court, you have rights. You're protected under the Constitution. But you go to family court, whether it's divorce court, child custody, alimony, what have you, you are not protected under the Constitution. And there's nothing you can do about it. If the court decides that for whatever reason they don't like you and they'll rule against you just like that, even if you can prove it, what are you going to do? Go to appeals court? They're going to support the judge. That was a scary documentary because I already knew divorce was bad, but it's a lot worse. It's a business.
What do you think about this issue, Pinoy?
Yeah, you know exactly how I feel about this. Like, I legitimately think our country really started fucking sending down the drain. Like, you know, well, of course, 19, 20, when women got the right to vote. But like on top of that, the moment that they put in, in a federal level where it's a no contest divorce, where like, it's just automatic, like fucking you get like there's no one fighting and they sit there and they'll fucking split everything down the middle. There's no fucking, there's no like burden of proof to show who fucked up or anything of this nature. They make divorces too easy to get inside of the United States. And let me say this as well, right? Because this is another big portion of this, especially for poorer individuals. Like, because what he's talking about is individuals who have money, right? Like when you're talking about poorer people, like on average, the government will give a single mom $55,000 worth of welfare a year. And so in order for you to be able to outcompete the state for your wife in financial means, you have to make better than $70,000 a year so you can have 55 grand a year in take home pay.
Well, and I want to also mention something that I think is bullshit when we're talking about all this is alimony, because you said something that a lot of people's approach to this is like, you marry a woman, you have a business, and you give her a set expected lifestyle. Now, in your case, she hadn't worked. She has no experience whatsoever. So why should she, and then you get a divorce and, hey, you cheated. Well, it's a no-fault divorce, so that really doesn't matter if you cheated or not. But you decide to leave her, but you're still expected to give her the standard of life that she's used to? Why? Why is that a requirement of, hey, I made $1 million a year and you lived in a lifestyle of $1 million a year. So now I have to pay for that lifestyle and try to survive at the same time. This is why Robin Williams killed himself, because he married 3 women, got 3 divorces, and was paying millions in alimony. And he ended up losing his show, The Crazy Ones, which was a great show, by the way. And he didn't see a way out. He was such a charitable guy, and yet he kept meeting women that wanted a divorce from him and kept getting alimony. And, it's the purpose of alimony back when it was started was, hey, these women have no access to the outside world, and this is supposed to be a way of helping them along until they can get their life. But then they decided that alimony should be for the rest of their life. If I'm getting $1 million a year for the rest of my life, why should I try to do anything at all that could endanger me not to get that money? And there's the major problem right there. He was paying a woman millions of dollars every year for the rest of his life, and he was starting not being able to come up with it and killed himself as a result. And the quality of life, who fucking cares? You can go and get yourself a job and get yourself a quality of life. If anything, alimony should be what is the bare minimum you need to be able to live in a studio apartment and maybe have a car so you can go get a job. What, $40,000 a year? I mean, hell, $30,000 a year. I've lived home alone before. I've lived by myself before, and I made less than $30,000. And if alimony should be given, that should be it. Saying, hey, here's enough for you to start your own life. Not quality of life. Fuck that shit. Sorry.
No, and
Yeah,
I'm just bringing up their arguments. They would argue that you are a cheating piece of shit. She did nothing but stay home, take care of your children, and you went out and fucked the waitress. That's what they're going to come back at you.
Well, here's the problem though that you're running into, right? Like, it doesn't matter that I'm a cheating piece of shit. Like that doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. Like that isn't a fucking thing, because this is a civil fucking matter, right? And that's the fucking real issue when it comes down to it, is the fact that this is a civil matter and it's being enforced like it's a criminal fucking matter, like it's a crime against the goddamn state. Like, did you know that, like, legitimately there's laws on the books in The Hague, where they fucking hung Nazis and shit, right? Where they investigate fucking war crimes. There's more we have treaties with more countries about fucking child support than we do anything the fuck else.
That's weird. I didn't know that. So, all right. Another argument would be women to have the right to petition for a divorce. Haven't they always pretty much had that right in America? I don't think anything to do with the 19th changed that. I thought they always had that right.
Yeah,
well,
it's just, you know what I'm like, and this is how marriage was set up. Marriage was set up so that, like, sorry, bro. Marriage was set up so that, like, you would stand here and give make sure that you gave a woman that the ability to, have a chance to be able to be okay, live indoors and not, be a street urchin, and her children were taken care of. That was the whole purpose of fucking marriage, right? That was the whole agreement. You know what I'm saying? And if, like, she decided that she didn't want to be part of this agreement anymore, then she lived on the fucking street. That was the rules. That's why the hell, like, y'all stayed together in general. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't for you. It was like, only thing you got out of it was the fact that you knew that your kids were your kids. Go ahead, Madcat.
Madcat, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, I kind of missed what you said there. So if I'm repeating some of the stuff you said, Bear Dog just sort of messaged me on Discord. So I guess I'm not paying attention to the chat enough. At one point in time, in order to get a divorce, you needed your husband to agree with it. It had to become a mutual decision. And then at some point, they decided that women could file for divorce, but only if she had a just cause. Like, he was unfaithful, he beats her. And then it came to be that a woman could file for divorce for no reason whatsoever, which we call no-fault divorce. And very quickly, I think it started in the state of New York, and it spread like wildfire everywhere else. And I think that's where divorce really started to become problematic. That it became more of a business rather than a social issue, more of criminal proceedings than a social issue.
It was California.
California first? Okay. California started it, and it spread like wildfire. It was one of those two Democratic states. Well, do you think the rise in divorce was an outcome of feminism, or more of the outcome of us becoming more atheistic as a society? Because religion itself, especially Catholicism, frowns upon divorce. That's looked down upon socially, in the church's eyes and in general.
Well, the church disfavors rape, and yet it still did it plenty. I'm sorry, that's a cheap one. I'm an atheist, and I don't think our country's become more atheistic because people in religion still get divorces. Um, it's too easy. No, I apologize for that remark, but I think the problem was twofold. I think feminism had a part in it because they wanted women out of the household. They wanted women to have more participation in society. But it goes back to what I was saying before. I think it's because the court system saw divorce as a business to make money from. Because, technically the judges don't make money, but they get donations for their seat as a judge. And who's giving them money? The divorce lawyers. So the money that the divorce lawyers get, channel it to the judges. And I think it's one part, yes, feminism played a part, but I also think because it's a business, it's a way to make money, and that's what also fueled it more. I don't think atheism, as I said, I'm an atheist, I don't think that's a cause for any of this. But even if you could say it was, a large amount of people who are in religion get a divorce. Divorce is very, very common right now. So I don't know if I could necessarily make the argument that it's because people have become atheists that we're now getting so many divorces.
Well, I can make the argument. It's not that difficult. It's pretty easy, right? Well, all right. Well, there's twofold reason for like the rises in divorce. One is industrialization. When you industrialize, you end up having a lot of your population end up moving to metropolitan areas, and when you have individuals move to metropolitan areas, kids go from being a positive thing for your lifestyle, your family, and your ability to make money into being a luxury item, right? Where they have like it ends up being where you'll have, like your children. Like it's harder to raise a kid in, a 2-bedroom fucking apartment than it is to raise, 3 kids on a farm, where they're going to help out. But secondly, the reason why like the atheism destroyed, our ability to stand here and have marriage and things of this nature because it destroyed community, right? Like when you stopped being like a church wasn't just a church was a community. A church was a secondary government agency that didn't have guns. It was soft power, right? That's why I always say like I prefer religion over fucking government every day, all day, twice on Sunday, because with religion, like they don't have any real power. Like they don't really have guns. They're not going to enforce shit at the end of a gun. But once you lose religion, all those things that religion did for you, you know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, um, you know, like had people making proper decisions because they said God was going to do it or because they'd be socially ostracized out of the community. And instead of having that, now you have to have somebody at the barrel of a gun force you to fucking make that decision. Right, because like it still has to happen in your community and inside of your society that you act in a certain manner in order for it to be cohesive. And that's kind of where we're running into with the child support and the alimony and the divorce and all this shit, where men are being destroyed. And the vast majority of dudes who are fucking homeless are all divorced dudes, right? And either that or they have mental problems, one of the fucking two, and these are things that you have major fucking issues with. And we don't want to address it at all because it would mean that like we'd have to look at women and go, yo, look, you're not acting in a proper manner. You can't be fucking out here. You can't have women out here divorce raping dudes and leaving them with fucking nothing and them ending up falling through the cracks of society and ending up fucking homeless on the goddamn streets and shit.
Well, you make a lot of interesting points there. And, I really don't like debating theology and especially atheism versus religion. I just don't think it's really conducive. People enjoy it, that's fine, but I used to be in that community and I always hated it. And that's why it was one of the reasons why I started becoming so active in the men's movement, because I felt like we were really working for something better. And I think the theological debate is just kind of people just going in circles all the time and nothing new really happens. So,
well, it's just about community. It's about you knowing your neighbor, right? And like you have to have something in common with your neighbor in order for you to be able to be a community, right? You know what I mean? It's kind of like, you know, like the white supremacist is like, oh man, you know, you got to have homogeneity, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the case might be. And that's not true. Like, yo, but if you have a common religion, right? And like everybody goes to church on Sunday, you know, like, you know, and you have to go see your community at the church, you behave better as a part of the community. It's that simple.
there is truth in that, but you know, majority of the people in prison identify as Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah, but only after they went to prison.
How do you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of, again,
a very small percentage of them identify as atheist.
well,
So,
I know, but again, like you have to remember, I was part of Kids for Cash when I was a kid, right? You ever heard of that program?
no.
Kids for Cash were there were judges who were selling children to fucking placements, taking kickbacks. Like if you went in front of a judge in the '90s in my area, you were going to jail. It didn't matter what you did. It didn't matter, like, you know what I mean, like what the problem was. You were going to fucking placement. And here's the thing about that: every time they sent you to placement, the only book you were allowed to have was the Bible.
Yeah, so you find something in that, and also you have, you know, jailhouse religion. It's because you're locked up, you're segregated from society. You have nothing to do with your day besides either plot escape, fight, do drugs, or read the Bible, right?
Like, yeah, and it's nice to have like that little teddy bear to like cuddle up to next at night. You know what I'm saying? When everybody around you screaming, there's men getting raped. You know what I mean? Like you're fucking struggling for survival every day. There's fucking maggots in your food, and like, you know, you're standing there looking. You're like, yo, man, listen, I hope there's a God. You know what I mean?
Nothing better than this shit.
I do agree that a large percentage of people who find religion in prison did so when they were in prison. But there are other people who, I mean, I've known so many religious people who have done things that actually go against their own church. Not that they were inherently bad, but it's like, have you even read the Bible? I mean, you're doing these kind of things, and it's like you have no conscience that, I mean, thou shalt not steal, and they download 5 million MP3s. That's still stealing. It's one of the 10 commandments.
Hey.
You know?
No. Hey.
Well, people,
God damn it.
yeah. Well, people are dumber than a bag of hammers. Like, yeah, that's something that, you know, like we all have to come to terms with. I made up a little graphic, you know what I'm saying? I'll share it with you on Discord after this. You know what I mean? But like legit, I have an IQ graph of like where the average person is at 100, right? And you know, like where Einstein's at, and where most of us on YouTube are at, and then where like retarded is, and where potato and fucking cat and mayonnaise start. The average person is closer to a fucking cat than they are to most of us when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
You know. So like you can't judge them on the same scale that you're judging yourself.
And that's why I try not to go into this.
And I was joking, just like the whole downloaded MP3s thing. You flash me back to 02 and 01. I'm like, hey, fuck you. Wait a minute.
Fucking LimeWire, baby.
Hey, it's thou shalt not steal, and well, yeah, you stole. You know, one thing I see a lot is thou shalt not bear false witness. People lie about shit all the time, saying, oh, this person did this, and you know they didn't. False rape accusations is a good example of that. But this is why I don't like to put religion into any of this, because that's just judging a group of people. I'd rather look at all of society. Although I will give you about the government that they seem to be the most lawless of our society, that they don't adhere to what the laws say. They do whatever they want. That's actually a quote I have right here, is that many states have no guidelines on awarding alimony from total payment to duration, and discretion is given to the judge. They can do whatever they want, and there's no recourse, or there's very little recourse. You might get lucky if you go to appeals court and they overturn the judge's decision, but with that documentary I watched, they're probably getting kickbacks as well. So yeah, I do agree. Government, big problem.
Well, no, I think the government's like the worst of all of it, right? Because like they have the most amount of power compared to everybody, and like the government only has one tool, and that's force. And if every problem, if all you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a fucking nail. And that's my issue that I run into with the government in general. Like I think democracy's dumb. Like I don't think it works. I think it's fucking stupid. And it's just allowing us to continue to like shit, like, because the moment like somebody doesn't pay their fucking child support, oh, he's a piece of shit, he's a deadbeat dad, oh, laugh at him for fucking getting locked up or whatever the case might be. You know what I mean? And then like the moment he gets shot by the fucking police, people are in the fucking streets rioting. This is fucking insanity when it comes down to my way of thinking, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, no, and Pinoid, he wrote two books pretty much, right? You have the main book, and then you have the fact book. It's like, yeah, it's pretty much a cheat sheet, right, where all the links and stuff are, and you could a quick reference guide, basically. So that's why I didn't invite anybody to this stream to begin with, Pinoid. But do you have any questions for him? And I encourage you to check out his campaign. The link is in the description.
Yeah. Are you associated with anybody from the Red Pill movie by chance?
Well, Paul Elam is set to write the introduction to this book. Okay. Not the introduction, but the foreword. Elizabeth Hobson is going to write the second. Warren Farrell, not Will Ferrell. Warren Farrell has expressed interest in that. Beyond that, I know a couple of people in there, but they're not involved with this project at all. Although I do talk to them about various issues, and they've helped inspire it.
Yeah, because I was running around with Max Dean Esme from the Red Pill movie for a while on here, until like he lost his mind.
Oh yeah. I was friends with Dean Esme for a good amount of time, but then he kind of burned me pretty bad, and I decided I want nothing to do with him. And then he decided to be at war with all atheists everywhere, so he liked me even less.
Yeah, like I don't know, like he started talking about the mud flood and old giant titans and stuff, and like just he bought into every conspiracy theory, and I was just like, man, listen, it's terrible. But yeah, like trying to think here, like, because I was fighting with Fathers for Justice back in like 04, 05, 06. Like I've been in the movement like a really long time. I never really had any leadership roles. I mostly just, try to give funding and attend rallies when they were in my area, things of that nature. What do you like? Who are you associated with? Like who's your who's like the people that you're fighting with? Like what's like where's your stance? What are you doing exactly? What's going on? I missed the beginning of this. Sleep.
Of course, I did the lovely ladies for Men's Issues calendar, where we got women to submit pictures to create a calendar. We've done 2 of them so far. I also did a quick reference guide for that, which is actually available on the campaign. I believe it's for $8, so you can get a fun little book with beautiful women and facts about men. So if you're ever interested in that. So that's one thing I did. I'm not really a part of any specific group within the movement. When I first began, I was a part of the Honey Badgers, but I kind of went my separate way with them. Yeah. Not that there's any animosity between us. I just decided to break out on my own. But beyond that, I'm just kind of everywhere. I help out who I can. I try to bring attention, especially to the various writers in our movement. But I don't think I'm officially a part of any specific group.
Gotcha. Like, yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know, like, I've ran around with a couple of guys, DDJ, which, come to find out, like, he was a secret feminist. I don't know, I do a lot of MGTOW stuff, to be perfectly honest with you. I found that movement to be much more open to men's rights, and I mean, as far as things are really concerned. And how do I put this? I don't like working with women in this movement. I think they're fucking awful, and I think like they make it about themselves.
I have seen women do that in this movement. That's why I understand why some people are distrustful of women in this movement. As I said at the beginning of this show, one of the biggest problems we have in this movement is that women are the only voices that are being listened to. Like when I did the Lovely Ladies calendar, I raised nearly $5,000 because women were involved. Well, now I'm trying to write a book that's going to be very important for the men's movement, and I haven't even raised $400. And it's like, hey, a man doing something by himself? Oh, we don't care. Hey, there's a woman showing just a little bit of cleavage? Ooh, here's lots of money. So yeah. I do understand that. And I can appreciate the MGTOW movement. I don't identify with them, but I understand them. And I'm not so dismissive of them as other people are. Hey, there's some jerks in there, and I'll just avoid them, but there's some really good people in there as well.
Yeah, but are the majority of them jerks? I bet these guys.
like the vast, like,
yes,
here's
like they hate because I'm married, because I was able to get a wife. I'm evil. Okay.
Who?
Which MGTOW was it? Fucking goddamn, he's Australian. I can't. Oh, Good Father. He fucking hates everybody though. But
he hates every fucking body, right? That's like he's just a shithead in general. But like that's not the point. Like there's a lot of so what you have to remember is, and this is really important too. Like this is where like being a dad comes in. Like I got 5 fucking kids, and fucking Mad Dodge got like 15 too, right? Like the big part of this that you have to remember is there's a lot of guys out here who were burned and fucked over, and they're angry and they're upset. And when you have a paradigm die, right? Which is like what you think about something before you think about it. Like when like you've been taught all this Disney movie bullshit your whole fucking life, and you have to let go of that. It's literally like killing a part of yourself. And you have to go through like the cycle of fucking grief for that shit. You know what I mean? Like you go through all those stages where like, you go through denial and what I'm saying, fucking anger and fucking bargaining and depression and what I'm saying, fucking acceptance. You have to go through all that. And a lot of these dudes are going through this little by little. You know what I mean? And fucking so every time you run into a guy who's super angry, or you run into like one of these incels who are, really upset that he can't get a fucking girl. Like these are, these are just dudes who, they're going through some shit, and you got to like remotely be understanding about them. And like, you have to like step to them like a fucking father, because you've already gone through all this shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's really where that movement goes down. That's where you have to be a fucking person. And that's where these old fucking like the moose lodges and things of this nature used to come into play, fucking churches and all this shit. You had fucking dudes to help you go through shit, and we don't have the support structure anymore for men anymore. Like, and we have to kind of recreate it a little bit piece by piece.
I 100% agree with all of that. I mean, one of the few times I've dealt with the MGTOWs directly, one tried to convince me I was MGTOW because I refused to get married. Because until marriage becomes equal between men and women, and not just favor women like it does, I refuse to get married. And they're like, well, that makes you a MGTOW. I'm like, I'm not a MGTOW, though. I don't feel like I'm a part of you. He's like, no, you're a MGTOW. It's like, fine, dude, whatever. It makes you sleep better at night. I'm a MGTOW. But I don't disagree with MGTOW on many of their issues. And, it's like this book, yes, it's primarily for the men's human rights movement, but, the MGTOW, with a lot of the issues we're fighting for, that's what created men who don't want to deal with women anymore. And women need to wake up because men are checking out. I'm telling men, stop dating women. You want sex, get a prostitute. If a woman is not going to make you a part of their lives, if they're just going to use you for their own selfish end, if they look at marriage like winning the lottery, check out. I guess that is a MGTOW philosophy right there. But if you need sex, hire a prostitute. Don't give your money to a woman who's going to use and abuse you.
Hey, if I can throw a plug in here, dollhouse.com, man, get you a fucking doll and shit. And I mean, they'll never fucking do you. They'll never fucking rape you. They'll never try to accuse you of fucking rape. And when you're done with the bitch, all you got to do is clean out your motherfucking Joan and walk the fuck away. You ain't got to worry about nonsense. Dollhouse.com.
I don't even want to know how you know that website, Pinoy.
Yeah, because he wants to sponsor me, motherfucker. That's why.
You know what? I'll sell my soul to a doll company. Hook me up.
Right now I'm pushing Dick Ass Auto Parts, which isn't even a real fucking sponsor. All right, it's only because I find Dick Ass fucking hilarious, and the fact that the Chinese don't know what it means.
That is funny. But look at what's happened with sex dolls is now the feminists have come out and said, oh, that's because you want to commit rape. And others have said, oh, if you like sex dolls, then you're a pedophile. And I love what Paul Elam said. Paul Elam said about this. It's like, how many little girls do you know that have big tits?
Yeah.
No, Jack, no, sex robots are not the future. Okay, what's wrong with you? No, this isn't.
They are the future.
No,
legit. They are. they are. Legit. Women are gonna legitimately fucking price themselves out of motherfucking, existence. There's a reason why, when they had that one child policy in fucking China, they were fucking aborting girls. All right. Legit, they don't have as much value as a fucking dude does. They're not as productive. They're not as smart. They're not as fucking good. Dude, real shit. Once dudes come up with a way to have an artificial fucking womb and they can have babies without women, women will become useless to men.
Well, you know what? You say, no, the sex robots are not the future. We already have sex robots, and I'm not talking about the dolls. I'm talking about vibrators. They've been around for a super long amount of time. Women use these often as a replacement for men. Lesbians getting together, they use dildos and vibrators. And yet that's acceptable. Oh, a woman can have a vibrator. It's not a problem. But, oh no, a man might have a sexual aid that he doesn't need a woman for. That's bad.
Yep. Dude, sex robots are coming. It is what it is. And look, women already have Sybians. They have dildos, vibrators, Sybians. Dudes have what? The fleshlight.
Yeah.
We have nothing. It's the same way with fucking birth control. Women have the pill, the shot, the fucking implant, and motherfucking the IUD, the fucking sponge, and 85,000 other things. Dudes have a condom and pulling out for abstinence. It's the only choices that we fucking have. And even then, women will take a condom and pour it inside of themselves and get themselves fucking pregnant. And it's been done. And then women have videotaped themselves doing it, and judges have still upheld the decision. In Australia, women are fucking filing child support charges against sperm banks, and they're fucking holding dudes accountable that way.
Yeah, we had talked about that issue, and I joked that, you should leave a decoy condom behind filled with Tabasco sauce. So if she tries to do that, she's going to burn herself.
Yeah, legit. Things are fucked up, and people don't understand. And this is kind of the problem with a lot of things is people don't understand because they have these nice lives. They're watching the game and playing their video games, and they have everything that they fucking want. So they have no idea about the common day struggles of what goes on day to day with normal fucking people.
When I was in Philadelphia for the 18 months, my roommate who provided me a place to stay introduced me to his friends. And over a series of months, they got to know me and they got to like me. But they knew that I was in the movement like I was. And one day, he's just like, I listen to you two talk all the time, and I don't understand why you hate women. And it's like, really? You've gotten to know me, you like me as a person, but you think I hate women because I support men? And that is the thinking. It's like these statistics I read that men are willing to sacrifice women to save one woman. Women are willing to sacrifice one man to save a group of women. That it's always, we have to put women first. It's women and children. Let the men stay on the boat and die. And that is our society, and that's what we need to change. It shouldn't be, let's sacrifice one to support the other and give them everything they want just so they can turn around and say they have nothing. We need to give to both.
Well, like, here's the thing. I don't mind legitimately sacrificing my life for women. I don't mind sacrificing my life for my country. I don't mind sacrificing my life for my society, my children, my home. I don't mind that. I don't mind dying early so that my fucking children have. All right. I'm a dad. That's what the fuck being a dad means. It literally means like, yo, look, sometimes I'm going to have to do things that are going to harm me and destroy my fucking life and my body and my future in order to provide for them, because that's my fucking job. And I don't have any type of problem with that at all. Right. But on the same point, you know what I mean? I don't want to, I want to be able to have the commensurate authority and the commensurate motherfucking ability to have the responsibility for my fucking society and have the say in who chooses when I die, right? I don't want to fucking stand here and have to look at my fucking wife and go, please fucking vote for this person so that I can fucking have the right to be able to not have to go to war, or have the, you know what I mean, or have the right person choose, you know what I mean, or the person who's going to be in charge of me while I'm in battle beat. Like, that's what this fucking thing is. Like, you have to match rights with responsibility and freedom with fucking responsibility, and responsibility with commensurate authority. That's the other half of this, is that dudes have no authority inside of their fucking household at all whatsoever. Like, you're completely responsible for your fucking household fully, right? If something goes bad, you're the one that has to pay the alimony. You're the one that has to pay the fucking child support. You're the one that has to go through all this shit, right? But you have no authority to fucking make that shit into what you want it to be. You have no authority to stop anybody from fucking up. Sorry, go ahead.
And there was the recent case of that singer out of California, I guess, that she has to pay alimony to her husband, like $100,000, whatever. And now all the feminists are like, oh, that is so wrong that she has to pay all of that when he's done nothing to earn the money. And it's like, do you hear yourselves? You're saying it's okay for men to do that, but now that a woman does it, oh, suddenly it's wrong.
Well, that's because they have no self-awareness. Kind of like Wolfshot in the chat here. Talking about this is just a giant hug box. No, I've tried to bring up a few different things that the other side will bring up and challenge you earlier, and now Penoid, I'm kind of letting him talk to you because Penoid's more into the men's rights stuff than I am. Right, Penoid?
Yeah. I'm way.
And his mic died again. There you are.
Yo, what? I'm sorry. Yeah, like, yo, fucking, yeah, I'm way more into this than you are, dude. Like, like, I call you a cuck on a regular basis.
Yeah, fuck you. Nobody's banging.
Hey, he's a big towel. He'll probably appreciate your dick in his ass.
Oh.
I can dish it out too, man. This is just me being serious, but on my channel, woo!
But tell us a little bit more about the levels in your campaign. So I looked at your campaign a couple times now. And it looks like at what, $5 you're given the PDF version, and then it goes
you're given the Kindle version of the book. And I actually say why I don't give the PDF version, because it would require a little bit of extra work to make it a good quality. And I wouldn't just throw something together and make a PDF and send it out. I want to make sure that it's top quality. And to meet my deadlines, I just don't have that kind of time with everything else I have to do. So you would get an Amazon copy of the book for that price, which I hand code all of my books, so I can do it and just send you the file directly.
Okay, and yeah, tell us about the levels here and how much you're trying to raise. I know we've mentioned it, or I have a couple times. It's 2,000, but go through that again. We're trying to get people to click on the link here. So yeah, sell your product, man.
Well, so check out the video here, because it has a lot of those facts that we've mentioned throughout here. But I'm trying to raise $2,000. This is like the absolute bare minimum. I mean, certainly the more I can get, the more I can do with it. There's a lot of different things I want to do. I'm even wanting to do like a book signing in Virginia right around the time of International Men's Day, because, well, that's where Paul lives, and I think it would be a great turnout. We could kind of have a little thing, but that's only if I make a lot of money from this. It would be fun, but so $2,000. Of course, if you can give anything at all, it's greatly appreciated. I mean, if 2,000 people gave $1, I'd meet my goal. So I do offer the PDF, got me now saying PDF, the ebook versions of the book that you can get at basically 50% off. So when they go live, they're going to be about $10 a piece. You can get it for $5. And the fact book is going to be for $3 on here. So this is a great way to get it at a discount. I am offering the quick reference guide that we had with the Lovely Ladies calendar, which is just a fun little book that has pictures of beautiful women and facts about men's rights. People really love that book, so we're going to offer it again. Doing a calendar actually has so much overhead. I can't really do another calendar release unless we were doing something more official. Of course, we've got some bundles that you can try to get multiple items together for an even greater discount. We got the actual paperback copy. And I think that's more important than anything, is actually holding a book itself and being able to look this up. Using an ebook is actually a lot easier to do, but I don't think people really feel like they get anything when they buy an ebook. I mean, you don't even technically own ebooks when you buy them. So it's important for me to do an actual book you can use. And that's basically what I have. I do have things like personalized bundles where I will create an ebook with your name on it and have a personal message. So that ebook is specific to you. It's like a unique copy. But then I will also like sign a copy of a book before sending it out to you.
What's the book about?
The book is about the men's movement, about all of the issues. Like I have over 4,000 files in a folder about all the various online resources that's out there about the issues men face, men and boys. So the handbook is going to go into detail about these issues. It's going to be broken up into 4 books, covering everything from like education, rape accusation, sentencing gap, biology, like as many issues as I can think of, I'm going to put it into here so people can read about it. It's a great introduction for those who don't know about the movement and a great resource for those who do. I'm also going to release a fact book, which is kind of like a quick reference guide. It features just the facts and the links of where you can find them online. So, hey, if you're in a debate with some angry woman who says that men have all of the rights, you can quickly pull up a fact and give it to her to demonstrate that she's wrong.
Yeah. All right. I like that. All right. So how much? All right. How much is the book? What's the book called? And is there an audiobook version?
The book is not released yet. That's what this campaign is going to be about. I'm open for doing a audiobook, but the book itself is going to, let me find it real quick. The handbook itself is going to be about $39.99. It's a little expensive, but it's also because there's just so much that's put into it and so many years that I've done research on it. But getting it through this campaign, you can get it for about $20.
Okay.
And that's the hardback copy. The soft cover is about $29.99. But in this campaign, you can get it for $15.
I mean, like my thing is like, I don't. I'd love to own the book, right? Like that's cool, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'd actually much rather have an audio book because, like, I drive for a living, and
No,
a lot of the people, and a lot of my, believe it or not, a lot of my people who, listen to me are all like truck drivers or Uber drivers or whatever the case might be, and they can pop on an audiobook at any given time. That's why like long form content tends to work out really well for them.
And that is definitely something that I would like to explore. I would love to take everything to audiobook. I just need to find someone with a good voice to do it because it's certainly not going to be by me. My voice sucks. But if I can find someone with a good voice, and it would also kind of have to be, I'd have to direct them to make sure they read it correctly. But that is definitely something I want to do, especially with my other book, How to Destroy a Woman Now. That would be so fun as an audiobook.
Yeah, I mean, because like I've been buying a lot of audiobooks recently, right? At current, I'm listening to Disunited Nations from Peter Zehan and stuff. It's super interesting. Anybody want to check it out? It's awesome. But like, yeah.
So Captain Coalpile asks if this is the MRA.
I'll give you money to support your campaign.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. So Coalpile is asking if this is an MRA Bible, and you could look at it as such, although in the very first part where I try to depower the feminist voices out there, I'm like, this is the misogynist manifesto. I actually use those words.
Well, no, and it's funny because you have people like Gavin McGinnis who comes out and he's like, yeah, I'm a male chauvinist. So what? I don't give two shits. What of it? So, I mean, I think we need more people to actually come out and just say, yeah, go ahead. Throw whatever label on me you want. I don't give a shit.
Well, actually, the phrase I use in there is like, I'm sure you're just going to say that I'm some pathetic neckbeard who lives in my mother's basement. I'm like, joke's on you. My mother doesn't have a basement.
But, Kenoid, you asked a few questions here. We had talked earlier about the idea of financial abortion. I think you and I have discussed this on the Redeye before, actually.
Yeah.
And this is something you actually support, right?
Yeah. And I mean, like I in principle, I mean, like personally, like I can't, like if it's like your first, kid, or second kid, some shit, like I couldn't see, actually doing it myself, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, like I completely support, like if a woman has the right to, murder a baby, we should have the right to be able to tell, like her that we're not fucking paying for it.
Yeah, I do love the argument I hear about that. It's like, well, then men would never want to stay there for the child. And it's like, you really have no concept of who and what men are, do you? I mean,
None.
most men want to be a part of the child's life. that they're actually more willing to pay child support than being forced to. Yes, there are deadbeat dads out there, but most of them is like they just can't pay it. It's not that they don't want to, it's that trying to balance paying child support, paying alimony, and trying to live by themselves is just too hard. And they end up failing.
Because not only are you living by yourself, but on top of that, like, yo, if you're a dad and you want to have time with your kids, like, you have to have a place you can bring your kids to. So that means you have to have not just a place for yourself, but a place for them. You have to have beds and, you know what I'm saying, fucking a room and all the other bullshit that goes with, you know what I'm saying, being a fucking parent. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you have to have real food in your fucking fridge or when they come over. You know, you have to have clothes for them. You have to have diapers. You have to have wipes. You have to have bottles. You have to have fucking milk and all the shit that goes with it. You know what I mean? When it really comes down to that type of shit. And that's something that, like, women really, they don't fucking get it. Like, they think that men are just like these evil, fucking horrible creatures and shit. And a lot of it has to do with our fucking media, you know what I mean? Just flat fucking being pieces of shit and, like, looking at us in that fucking manner and portraying us in that manner to everybody. And it's fucking awful. I'll be honest with you.
So you're basically living two full lives on the same paycheck as you were married. But I want to respond to something in the chat. Someone's asking about my other book, How to Destroy a Woman Now. This was a parody book that I made because there was another book called How to Destroy a Man Now, which gave you instructions on how to commit defamation, both libel and slander against men to destroy their lives. So in order to raise awareness about it, I released a book called How to Destroy Women Now. While it's highly immoral, it doesn't contain any legal information. And the last chapter of the book specifically says, do not do anything in this book. This book is just a protest. So no, I'm not a misogynist. I use the term misogynist manifesto because that's how feminists will describe Boys and Men's Issues Handbook, that it's a manifesto. I'm just trying to take away feminist power to use against me.
Yeah, and I think another issue, because we've covered a pretty wide variety, but nowadays you have this culture of dating where it's swipe right or swipe left, and you were bringing up before how a woman will, even though she's a 6, she wants an 8, and the man has to settle for less. Whatever was your argument. I think that's more of an outcome of this swipe right or swipe left culture. Dating nowadays is like walking through the red light district.
No, yo, this is a historical thing, man. This is not something that comes from, like, you know, I mean, the swipe left, swipe right fucking mentality. Think about it like this: like, the reasons why they have to trace back the lineage of human beings on the mother's side is because the vast majority of men never got to breed. Right, yo, all the women, like, yo, would fuck one dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, they would end up banging just one fucking guy, and he would fucking sire, you know what I mean, a shit ton of kids. Hell, fucking a third of fucking, you know what I mean, Asia's population can trace back its lineage to Genghis Khan. You know, this is how it's always been. Women always want to fuck the top 20% of dudes, no matter who they are, because that's what they're hypergamous. Like, that's the nature of a fucking woman. You know what I mean? That has allowed us to have the best traits of man continually be put forward. You know what I mean? That's like, yo, women don't want to fuck the bottom 20% of dudes, but women don't want to fuck the bottom 80% of dudes. You know what I mean? That's why, like, dudes have to come up with, you know what I mean, ways to be able to trick women into fucking them, like being funny, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, having a shit ton of things, you know what I mean? But or else, like, yo, they would all just end up fucking, you know what I mean, athletes and shit all the goddamn time. And still, even once they have a dude, like, the vast majority of women who are rich with rich men will end up fucking the goddamn pool boy. It is what it is.
He's absolutely right. I read something, it's called Sex Differences Explained by Steve Moxon. Really good book to read. But in it, he says that 80% of women throughout history have procreated, but only 50% of men have. And that men are more likely to die in whether working out in a farm or in war than to breed. And what's also interesting in that book is it says that 80% of your active genes, whether you're a boy or a girl, come from your father. So, you know, women need to definitely be selective of who they choose, because whatever traits that man has, that's who their children will most likely be like. And yet we have a lot of these girls that just end up sleeping with thugs, sleeping with the dredge of society, and then wondering why they can't find any of the good men. And it's like, or why their children are so bad and misbehaving. And there's a lot of factors, but it's like, you chose the worst men to be with.
I'm over here. I'm over here raising my hand like, oh, you're welcome.
But all right. So we're approaching 3.5 hours. I don't care actually. My wife and the kids are leaving. My mother-in-law showed up out of nowhere and they're taking off. So I'm as good as long as you guys are. But it is getting a bit long. So you guys want to bring up anything? I'm out of interview questions. I had a 2-hour show planned out, so I ran out of questions.
Well, I do want to ask Pinoid on his thoughts of what's called first date funding, also known as a foodie call.
Wait. Say that again, man. I missed part of that.
First date funding, or a foodie call, where women basically go out with men just to get a free meal.
Yeah. No. I'm not. Dudes are suckers. You know what I mean? Like, most men are simps. You know, they're more than willing to stand here and, you know what I mean, pay for a woman's meal or give her a ride or whatever the case might be. You know what I mean? Just to be around a fucking female. Like, I personally find it, you know what I mean, to be distasteful. I think it's fucking disgusting. But, you know, like, we have too many men who are just, you know, they're so lonely that that's fucking a level that they're willing to go to. I fucking feel bad for them. I really do. You know?
Well, there was a recent issue about that where a guy apparently spent $250,000 on an e-girl, and he ended up stealing money from his family in order to do it.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Well, I'm. What do you want me to tell you, man? Like, this has been going on forever. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
Dudes have been doing this for the longest time.
No, but I'm just wondering, was he the one that bought that one bitch's bathwater?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't.
You heard about that shit, right, Pinoid?
Yeah, I did.
Pinoid, here's a question I asked him, and I've never gotten your theory on this. The crossover, women that used to be feminists coming over to the men's rights movement. Are you in support of that?
No, I don't. I'm like Malcolm X out here, dude. Know what I'm saying? Like, the white people asked Malcolm X, "What can we do to support your movement?" Malcolm X looked at that bitch and said, "Nothing." Right? As far as I'm concerned, women have no parts of this fucking movement. Like, they're not useful. They're not helpful. They're fucking worthless in this fucking movement because legitimately they're the problem. Right? You can't expect somebody who's the problem to be the solution to your fucking movement. You know, that's literally like, okay, I don't like how black people act today. And the reason I don't like it is because they act more like freed men than free men, right? I don't like the idea of going and looking to our slave masters and going, "Hey, look, you know, fucking, can we fucking have a little, can you beat us a little less?" I don't like that mentality. We should be running shit. This is fucking retarded. Why are we asking permission or fucking allowing these individuals
And yeah, technical difficulties. I think Pinoid's driving probably.
Nah, Pinoid's sitting in a New Jersey fucking parking lot right now.
Ah, well, it would have been better if you used the driving excuse because your mic totally cut out at the end.
It cut out. Again, like they just I don't see the reason why you would stand here and allow like it's like asking your slave masters for permission for shit. Like I find that fucking disgusting as a man.
Well, okay, but here's the thing. I mean, some of these people that crossed over, they bring more light to the issues. Men like looking at women. Sorry, but we do. Even if we're not listening, we like to watch their mouth move. I mean, how can it be bad if they're actually trying to help with the fight? I mean, an ally is an ally, whether it be a man or a woman, right?
Because dudes have to learn how to say no.
Yes. They need to learn to say no to women. And that is one of the biggest things. No, I agree. I disagree with Pinoid on some things, but I definitely agree on that one. Men need to learn to say no to women.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but what do you say no about? Okay, so
everything. You have to learn how to say fucking no. You have to learn how to say no. I'm not fucking helping you. No, I'm not gonna give you special fucking treatment. No, you're not gonna get anything out of me. No, I'm not gonna worship you. No, I don't care about your titties. No, I don't care about your pussy. No, I don't care about your ass, bitch. I don't give a fuck.
I'll give you I'll give you an example of a time I should have said no in my life. There's this girl I met through work. I was working at a fast food restaurant. She was like 18 and I was 24. And I really wanted to date her. And we had actually hooked up one time, but she was kind of like iffy on if she really wanted a relationship. But she strung me along. And then one day she comes to me and it's like, hey, I need a favor. I'm like, okay, what is it? And she's like, well, I have a date with this guy tonight, but I'm supposed to watch my sister's kids. I was wondering if you could do it for me. And like a simp, I said yes. I should have said no to her because if she's dating someone else, I'm not going to win any points with her. But that's what I thought. I'm like, oh, well, if I do this favor for her, maybe she'll consider a relationship with me. I should have told her ass no. I'm not going to be your whipping boy to use me however you want. But as a male, I was trained to sacrifice myself for the needs of women. That my only value in this world is what women think of me. I wish someone would have said, you know what? You need to tell her ass no. She doesn't deserve your attention.
Well, yeah.
Like, I've gotten... Madcat, you're the same way, dude. You have the same fucking way. Right? Legit. Your family got that big ass stimulus check. This nigga went to Louisiana. He bought a fucking Camaro. He fucking stood here and bought a new goddamn computer and shit. Like, you're the fucking, you are the example of what a fucking dude is supposed to be in a goddamn relationship. That's what broads like, right? My female just bought me a fucking truck and a boat. All right? Because I say no. Because I don't fucking care. That's how you're supposed to be. You are supposed to be the top motherfucker. You're what fucking matters. Like,
yeah, but how is it bad? I went to Louisiana. They didn't come to Louisiana. I went.
That's kind of the fucking point.
Yeah.
You didn't go on a family vacation with the money. You went.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were like putting me down on that one. I was like, what the fuck? Wait a minute.
No, like, you went. Right? Like, your family didn't get to enjoy that shit.
But the thing is, though, I would have told her absolutely not. I'm not your babysitter. Might have came to mind, but I wouldn't have said that. I would have said, oh, I have a prior engagement. Actually, I'm I'm taking Stephanie out to fucking the club or something, and throw a chick out there and see if that bugs her for just a second on her face, and that'll
Well,
tell you a lot.
The
think
thing
about
is,
it. Yo,
go
think
ahead.
about it like this though. Hang on, let me think about it like this though, right? I used to have a female in the same type of shit, right? Like this broad, like I was the fucking local drug dealer, and I'd come through and I was selling weed and coke, whatever the case might be, right? And I was fucking hanging out, and like I had this fucking place I used to go to where it was a friend of mine's house, and it was a female, a broad I used to fuck with, and like I mean, I had feelings for her, but it was what it was. She had shit who, like, she didn't know who the fucking dad was to this fucking kid. And, I mean, like, I would sit there and play PlayStation and sell drugs all day long. And, I mean, fucking hang out with the kid and, we fucking spend time together, I mean, whatever the case might be. Because I got little brothers and shit, I mean, they're like 10, 15 years younger than I am. So I'm accustomed to being around, I mean, younger motherfuckers and whatnot. And I'm hanging out with this kid. And this bitch legitimately would go, can you watch him for me for a couple minutes? I'm going to the store, and come back like 3 days fucking later. Right. And I never said no. And I should have. Because the good thing for not just me, not just her, but for the fucking kid would have been for that bitch not to leave him for 3 fucking days of the shots. And if every dude told her no, that child would have been a better fucking human being growing up.
Yeah.
That's kind
And
of a big city thing too, though, right? Because women do that in like Los Angeles, Philly, Detroit, whatever. They just disappear, drop the kid off with their moms. They're bounced. They're out for a week, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a difference between big cities and small cities. I know that there's supposedly be, but I can't comment. All I can comment is stories that I see, anecdotes I hear from other people, that the biggest problem is men need to learn to say no. And the reason why we don't say no, why I didn't say no to her back then, is I undervalued myself back then. I used to only date women who were interested in me. And most of the women I dated, I was not interested in them. But I was taught that, hey, if any woman likes me at all, she's the best match for me. And had I had a backbone, had I had any self-esteem whatsoever, I don't know if I would have dated any woman I liked, but I could have avoided a lot of bad relationships if I stood up for myself and said no most of the time. That I only did things they wanted to do, and I didn't say, no, I don't want to do it.
Or just being walked on, like the example you gave at the beginning. Hey, I got this date. Can you babysit? No. No, we're just coworkers, right? We hooked up once. You're dating. You have a date? No, I won't babysit. But all right. Why is it in rural America that divorce rates seem to be lower than the city? Is it the demographics? Is it the faster pace of life?
Because it's not true. Because it's
Because the
not.
community.
Because that's not true.
It's not true. Okay, fair enough.
Like the state with the highest divorce rate is West Virginia.
Okay. I was talking mainly about it's anecdotal or whatever, but Portland compared to the divorce rate of Clackamas County. Portland would have a higher divorce rate than a rural county like Clackamas here in Oregon.
Well, if you really want to discuss it, you don't look at it as divorce. Look at it as single motherhood rate, right? You know what I mean? And the single motherhood rate are highest in probably, I think, 3 or 4 fucking like rural states in America. It's like Mississippi, Kentucky, West Virginia, and like Michigan or some shit like that. Are like the fucking 4 highest places for single motherhood. And that has everything to do with welfare and poverty. And black people in Mississippi.
Oh, I mentioned earlier about shared parenting, and I said it was Arkansas. that has an A. I was actually wrong. It's Kentucky. They went from a D- to an A.
Yeah.
And it's like, out of the entire United States, when it comes to shared parenting, only 2 states have an A, Arizona and Kentucky. Most other states are Ds.
Well, yeah, those are more libertarian states.
But I actually have another issue that I recently discovered that I don't think anyone else has really talked about before.
What?
And it's sort of been mentioned about low testosterone, that it seems to be a problem that's creeping up, but no one's really talking about it too much. But I have an alternate explanation because of the COVID thing and all of that, I've actually gained like 30 pounds since the start of this epidemic, where I've had to stay inside all the time. And I started researching, and I found out that there's a stress hormone called cortisol. And cortisol, it actually has some benefits, but if you have a high amount of it, it can deny you access to your primary sex hormone. So for men, that's testosterone. For women, it's estrogen. And the purpose of cortisol is like when you're stressed out, you become like more hyper aware. It ties into your fight or flight response system. But in our everyday lives, we really don't need to be in a fight or flight mode. I mean, we don't really have any major stresses, and yet we are. Because, hey, if I'm on the subway and I have a coffee in my hand, I got an important business meeting, whoops, I spilled coffee on myself. Now I'm stressed out. And I have cortisol pumping through my body. And like I said, it can, if it's high enough, it denies you access to your testosterone. And this can cause a variety of issues, including weight gain. And if we're
that's not really what it does. It latches. Like cortisol and testosterone, it mixes and ends up motherfucking using up your testosterone. Is what it does.
Well, I'm being simplistic right now. I mean, you are right about that. I'm just trying not to go into.
Yeah, but like, there's a cool fact about this though, right? Like legit, there's an awesome fact about this. Cortisol is a stress hormone, so like fucking cortisol plus testosterone equals tunnel vision, right? You know what I'm saying? That's like fucking, you end up being able to have hyper focus as a male. And cortisol plus estrogen equals fucking shutdown for a fucking female. It ends up fucking like destroying them as a fucking person. That's why like women have a very hard time dealing with stress compared to fucking males and on average.
That is very interesting. But, I've been thinking about a lot of these male issues, like dealing with child custody, dealing with false rape accusations, dealing with divorce court, criminal court. We have all of these stressors out all the time. It's no wonder why people are saying we have low testosterone, because we have stress going right out of our ears, nonstop, constant stress. And, there's no avenue for us to explore about how to de-stress it, because, hey, all the things that were male specific, like the Moose Lodge or playing video games, Magic the Gathering, what have you, is now female dominated. We can't do it because it's sexist to have a male only thing. So we have no way to relieve our stress. We have so much stress, and we're not getting the proper uses of our testosterone.
I don't believe, Wolfshot, that there is any correlation in testosterone and male pattern baldness. I believe that
there is. There's actually a fucking it's about how the testosterone presents itself, right? For instance, like if you're able to grow a full beard, right, you'll end up being more likely to go bald, right? Because
I can grow a full beard and I'm bald.
Right.
God damn it.
Right, like you'll end up having a better chance of going bald if you can grow a full beard, right? You know what I mean? But if you can't grow a beard, you'll tend to end up keeping your fucking hair.
Actually, and they're saying, oh, well, low T equals balding. No, that is not true. Going bald is a natural thing that happens to many males. And I've heard about this. I haven't been able to explore it yet if it's true, but there's a suggestion that going bald means that you have a lot of testosterone in your system.
Yeah. Like at people with higher fucking testosterone rates end up tending to go bald more often than people with lower testosterone rates.
In fact, between going bald and excessive hair growth is a genetic deformity. Baldness is not.
Well, no, and all the best Star Trek captains are bald. Cisco, Picard. Come on. Fuck off, Wolfshot. Come at me.
Well, Cisco shaved his head, so he doesn't count. Although he is great.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Cisco. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, you don't want Cisco to give you the pimp hand and go full motherfucking Cisco, as Razor Fist likes to put it.
Cisco punched Q. Come on.
Yeah, he's a beast. What can I say? But Picard's a fucking monster too, though, man. I don't know if y'all watched that episode where like he ended up going back and able to be young again and took on all those fucking aliens and shit. And was squabbling with him at the fucking bar and whatnot. Like, yo, Picard ain't no fucking joke neither.
Yeah, those Gnosticans, they fucking stab him in the heart and shit, and he laughs. Yep. He just laughs at him.
Picard's a beast, dude. Picard's a fucking monster. But yeah, like, you know, but the testosterone levels going down is actually something that's historic when you end up having a society that moves towards fucking indigenous city living, right? Because there's a lot of different theories on this. Me personally, I like to think it's probably has way more to do with like the pheromone levels inside of the cities, because like you're so surrounded by other human beings that like you end up having your testosterone drop. Because like, did you know like when you have your fucking children sleep in bed with you, your testosterone immediately drops by 50% automatically?
No, I didn't know that. Next time Brianna crawls in my bed, I'm kicking her the hell out.
Right. Like, yeah, if you lay next to your female every fucking night, you end up, you know what I mean, having a lower testosterone count.
Is that how we become domesticated?
Yep. Legit. Like, yo, one of the first things what fucking modern society did back in fucking Sumer, where females started fucking shaving their pubic hair so that they wouldn't have the smell of pussy on them. So like fucking dudes weren't constantly turned on walking around the fucking streets.
Where do you get this shit?
Well,
yeah, I read a lot, dude. Like I fucking read constantly. That's all I do.
What's also interesting is that girls in a fatherless environment are more likely to start puberty at a younger age than girls who have a father around.
Yeah.
Well, no, and that's an issue that we haven't touched upon really, because we're talking about men's rights, men and boys. We haven't touched upon the girls that are stuck in these fatherless environments. They go buck fucking wild. They're the ones out there having sex with any Tom and Dick they could find, right? Because
you have to remember, man, it's the 3 P's for females with daddy issues. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what the 3 P's are?
No.
The penis, the pole, or prison. Right? Legit. Fucking like, yo, those are the 3 P's for females with fucking daddy. And, you know, it is what it is.
Well, so, I mean, this is also affecting women as well, because they're the ones growing up without a strong male image. So what's the strong male image? Well, what they see on TV, right? Or the mailman. Yeah, just saying.
or their fucking favorite music video artist, you know?
Our parents is supposed to model how we view the rest of the people in the world. We model it based on who we become friends with. We model it on who we end up in relationships with. If we have an abusive parent, like my mother was abusive, and I ended up with an abusive woman, that reminds me a lot of my mother. Like by accident, I ended up dating my mother. Because of my relationship to my mother, I ended up finding a woman a lot like my mother, and I didn't even realize it at first. So if one of our parents is abusive, that's going to affect the decisions we make in who we associate with. Now, you take one parent out of the equation altogether, you have no reference for the rest of the world. So you have to go out there and look for it. For boys, they're looking for someone who's going to give them some sort of positive reinforcement. Even, like I said, even if it's a member of a gang, like, hey, we're your family, we'll protect you. That's who you latch onto for that male figure. But for females, they're looking for potentially a mate to be with. And their dad is supposed to be that set example. Now, if their dad's abusive, they'll probably end up with an abusive man. But if the father is absent, they have no measure of men whatsoever.
Yeah. And like it goes both ways too, though, as well. This is the other half. Like, there's far too many motherfucking dudes out here that be spoiling the shit out they goddamn daughters and shit, and then women expect to be spoiled the rest of their fucking lives.
Yes.
And that's fucking horrible as well. It's terrible for society too.
Princesses out of this.
Yeah, I feel where you are. I got daughters, nigga. Like, I feel you. I fucking feel you. Like, yo, I love my babies. Right? Legit. They my little fucking princess. I be sitting there fucking dancing around with them in the goddamn living room, the Frozen and shit, nigga. Fuck, I understand. God damn it. I get it.
Well, no, and that's the problem, though, because not only does the man in the household have to be positive reinforcement, but we're also the ones that need the discipline. So we're also the bad guy in this situation a majority of the time.
You're the authority figure, and you're the one who's telling your daughter no.
Yeah. And that's the problem, is that, like, fucking women think it's abuse to tell them fucking no. And it literally is now at this point. Like, did you know that, like, legit, like, you can be fucking arrested for fucking denying your fucking wife fucking access to the checkbook?
Yep. It's called financial abuse.
Yeah.
Are you? You're pulling my leg.
No, not at all. In no way am I lying to you, dude. Why would I? Like, I'm on fucking stream, like, and that people in fucking the chat fucking question shit. I would never open my mouth unless I was being completely honest with you.
Hey, I joke about a lot of shit, but when it comes to men's issues, and we're both telling you it's for real.
Yeah,
that's insane, man. I got married because I'm in love. I love her. We trust each other. We treat each other as equals. We have separate things that we need to do. Like, I am the one that disciplines. Other than, for some reason, my son, the oldest, wants to fight dad, but he'll listen to his stepmom. And I maybe he's scared of her. I don't know. But that's the only bend there, is she handles him. Because all he's going to do is hit the wall and be like, come at me, dad. And then I go to jail. That's not fun.
Yeah, see, again,
his complex, he'll grow out of that.
Well, again, no, but like, yo, this is about authority, right? Like, yo, you have responsibility over him to make him listen, because, like, if he fucks up and does something stupid, or goes outside and burns a fucking house down, or whatever the fuck, like, he hurts somebody or whatever the case might be, you're responsible for that. But you don't have the commensurate authority to stop him from doing so.
Yeah, but that was the state of Oregon that took that from me, not a woman. You know what I mean?
Yo, who do you think runs the goddamn fucking family and children's fucking agencies and shit? Who do you think votes for all this shit? Who do you think's okay with all this bullshit?
Oh, I know. I've dealt with DHS many times, which is our CPS, and it's majority women that show up. The one dude that showed up, I was sitting here with my Vampire the Masquerade shit out, right? When he showed up at the door. And I know you don't like the role play stuff, Penoid, so I'll make this story
weird.
But it was funny because he's like, oh, you play Vampire? I play Vampire also. He sat down, me and him talked about Vampire the Masquerade for 2 hours, and he left. Didn't hear from him again. That's probably why they don't send men out, because they show up and they automatically want to question the man. And when it's another man, we find common ground and we just bullshit.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
let me ask you something. How old is your son that you're talking about?
15.
Okay, so that actually might make sense because in a boy's life, he has his parents, he has his father, but somewhere around that age, he needs what's called a second father. And what a second father is like some sort of mentor that will help him better decide what his life is. And it's actually natural for a son to be combative with his father because he's trying to defy authority. But it's like back in the Middle Ages, they would go to a guild or they would have a mentor who would teach them a craft. And this is actually something that's kind of missing nowadays is that boys are not getting that second father that's going to help mentor them beyond what their father is doing.
That's a good point because there does come a time in every teenager's life where they just rebel against the parents, not for any real reason. It's because they're a damn teenager. The hormones are going crazy. If you're a boy, you're getting testosterone just shoved through your veins, and you don't know how to fucking act, which is why a lot of these gang members are youth.
Yeah. So
Well, like it used to be, like you would have an older family member, like an uncle, a grandpa, things of this nature, who would mentor the fucking kid with, you know what I'm saying? Like, like the kid would have problems with the father and he'd go talk to like the fucking uncle and the uncle would be like, yo, fucking shithead, it's your dad, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, he loves you to death. And like that's how that would end up getting worked out. And like, but we've destroyed the fucking family in this society and destroyed the male role as an in general thing.
yeah. And I'm not trying to tell you how to parent. I'm sure you're a great parent, but it's like coaches working on a workshop or something. It's like that's an opportunity to find another male authority that they can learn to respect, and that's going to help out with their development so much. So that sounds like that's what he's really looking for right now.
Oh yeah, he loves football. He moved back in because he went back to his mom's house for a short period of time, and then he decided, to tell her I want to move back to dad's, and he moved back, and it's mainly one he fights with his mom worse than he fights with me. I'm a little bit more laid back. It's just I'm a guy, she's his mom, so it's a little easier to push her around than it is me, obviously. But he loves the football team, and it's a small school. He's first string starter no matter what. So I mean, you're in high school, you want to play football. Do you want to be on JV or do you want to be on varsity? And if you're guaranteed varsity, wouldn't you rather do that?
So, I mean, it sounds like you're doing a great job with him. I mean, yeah, it sucks that he wants to fight you, but if anything, that just means he's a healthy male.
Well, yeah, and they have that country song, the night I called the old man out. The government is making it so it can't happen anymore because that's what would have happened. He would have called the old man out. I would have been like, this is going to hurt me more than you. I would have thrown him off the porch, and he would have crawled back in and went to bed.
And, Jordan Peterson, he actually talked about something also is roughhousing and how it's a very necessary element. I mean, I hate my stepfather a lot, but, we roughhouse. We used to like emulate wrestling moves when we watched WWF back then and WCW. We used to just like wrestle. And that's just such a important part, even with father and daughter, but especially father and son, to just be able to wrestle each other and to roughhouse with each other. And that's being taken away. And children are not getting that experience.
Well, no. Oh, Pino, go ahead. You tried to talk.
And it also builds that bond between, you know what I'm saying, like you and the fucking child and shit. It builds trust, it builds levels, it builds fucking, limits of, your personal interaction with other human beings. There's a whole lot of shit that gets tied into that. And like we just don't do it anymore. And with dad not around, like nobody does it. And people see violence as being the worst thing on the planet. I scream at the top of my lungs about this fucking no zero tolerance bullshit. Like I think bullying's a good thing. We should have fucking kids, you know what I'm saying? Getting picked on in school, it's not a terrible thing. It builds fucking character. And anytime that you fucking continually bring in a man with a gun and the badge to interact in a fucking interaction between two children, you're gonna immediately escalate that, and it's fucking gonna end up in a fucking school shooting.
I mean,
Yeah.
if anything, teach the child to stand up for himself. Hey, clock one onto the bully. Sure, he'll probably kick your ass after that, but he's going to respect you.
Yep. Some of my best friends I ever met, we fucking threw down. Legit. First time like I ever met fucking my boy Andy and shit. Fucking legit. I fucking dunked that motherfucker into a fucking basketball court. And I mean, we both got thrown off, walked home, started smoking a fucking joint together. We were like fucking best friends ever after.
I've been bullied a few times throughout my life. There was one who just walked behind me and kept kicking my fit. I turned around, I pushed him. We both got in trouble and sent to the principal, but we never actually saw the principal. We made up. There was another time, there's this fat kid around the neighborhood just kept pushing me around and trying to kick my ass all the time. And finally I stood up to him. And he did the dumbest thing possible. He went down and tied his shoe in the middle of and I'm not proud of this, but I kicked him right in his eye. And he turned around and left me alone after that. I mean, I'm not proud that I kicked his eye, but I did it. I got respect.
Yeah, I beat a dude so badly one time he was fucking deformed the rest of his fucking life. Like it is what it is.
Yeah.
I grew up in a really shitty fucking neighborhood, though.
Well, it doesn't even take a shitty neighborhood. Me and my best friend Dave, we went out. We went to 3 strip clubs that night. The first one went all right. We hit the second, walked through the door. The bouncer saw my buddy Dave and said, "Yeah, we ain't serving him." You know, me and my buddy Bruce, he's like, "You two are cool, but yeah, we ain't serving him." We're like, "Fuck, okay." So we went to the third one. We're chilling at the strip club. This is when you could smoke in Oregon still. He's smoking a cigarette and he knocks the ashtray at a stripper on accident. It was an accident, but he was drunk, so it looked like he threw it at her. And I'm like, "What the fuck, dude?" I can see the bouncer walking over. I'm like, "Dude, go pick it up." He's like, "I threw it. You pick it up." And then he's being lifted up by the bouncer. I'm like, "Fuck, here we go. We're out of this one." And so we get back to the pad, and I'm like, "Why the fuck did you get us kicked out?" And I make myself a drink. He's like, "Fuck you," and shoves me. Well, I knocked him out, hit him until he was coughing up blood, and his nose is still crooked to this day. The next day, though, this is how you know we're best friends. He knocks on my bedroom door because we were roommates. I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "What the fuck happened to my face?" He didn't remember the night before. I'm like, "Dude, you punched me in the mouth." He's like, "Oh, sorry," and walks off. I mean, he's still probably like coughing up blood at this point. He's like, "Oh, my bad." I mean, that's men, though. That's how we interact. Women don't do that. They go behind each other and
picked up my best friend on Father's Day this weekend, right? He was fucking hammered, right? And he kept fucking with me while I was driving. Yo, I fucking choke slammed him into the fucking window and started body beating him going down the goddamn road. Legit. Fucking, yo, he called me the next fucking day. He's like, "Yo, man, did I leave my charger in your truck, dude?" And I was like, "I don't fucking know, man. I'll have to look when I get back, dude. I'm on the road now." And he's like, "All right, man, next weekend, dude, we're going to go do some fishing." I was like, "All right, buddy." Like, that's how the fuck shit works.
Well, I saw this really great web comic, and you see these men just sitting around dissing each other, insulting each other, what men do. And then one of the guys walks away, and then all the guys like, "He's a really good guy. Yeah, I like him a lot." And then it shows a panel of women, and they're being all sweet to each other, giving each other comments. One girl walks away and it's like, "Yeah, she's a complete slut. Oh, she's a bitch. I hate her." And that's how men and women are. Yeah, we're going to insult each other. We're probably going to get a little physical, but there's respect there.
Yeah. Again, we have to have these spaces. Like, my channel is a space like this. right? That's what my channel is for. It's a space like this where dudes can interact. That's what my server's for. It's where dudes can interact and be dudes. Like, I'm not like, you can say whatever the fuck you want. You can call somebody a fag. I don't fuck care. Enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? Like, in my Discord server, where I have fucking like 400 people on my Discord server. Legit, I make the fucking trolls my mods. Right? Like,
That's fun. You can't give them that power. What's wrong with
yeah,
you?
I can too. It's better than giving women that power, Mad Dodge. Why am I not in your fucking server anymore?
I'm sure Artie's not even in my server, asshole. Um, she got her panties in a bunch because she's like, "Oh, you want me to shut up, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, shut the fuck up." And she left my server. But, you know, whatever.
Yo, you know me, man. Yo, no matter what the fuck I say to you, every time you start a fucking stream, nigga, I give you $5.
But no, and I thank you for that every time. I do appreciate the support, man.
Because I want you to keep going, nigga, and I want you to keep growing and being better. Like, legit. That's what fucking dudes do. You know what I mean? I give you shit because I love you. You know what I mean? Because you're my fucking boy and shit.
Well, no, and it's all good. And as soon as I can get into a bigger place, I can have an actual studio, and I was going to use OBS tonight, but I had nothing to show on the drive-in theater screen, so that was part of the issue. And also, my wife was at work, so I had the kids coming in and out. It's like 90 degrees. You know, it's pretty hot up here in the Northwest right now. So I was like, shit, OBS records my voice at all times. There's going to be a lot of bleed over. So production, you know, I decided not to.
If you have a chance,
that sounds so cold.
You're right.
Whatever, Arizona.
If you have a chance. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, yo, fuck that. Like, yo, Mad Dodge, if you have a chance, there's a microphone called the Razer Siren X, right? It has a fucking cough button on it. Legit, where you can turn the mic the fuck off and nobody can hear what you're doing.
Oh, nice, because I'm using a Blue Snowball. It gets good audio quality, a little too good, actually.
I have a Blue Snowball as well.
I had one. I had a, like, before I got my my truck got broken into and they stole my motherfucking book bag with my laptop, my fucking Blue Snowball, and my mic and my mouse and all my shit, right? And I had to get all new stuff. So but I got this Razer Siren X. Legit, it fucking does the same goddamn job. It's a little less quality for the fucking microphone, but I'll be honest with you, man. Like, fucking that cough button is amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think men's rights, all in all, are progressing fairly well. I think a lot of these issues have been coming to the forefront. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done. But I think part of the problem is a lot of the group that are in the men's rights movement want to kick people out that are married, in relationships, have kids. Pinoid, you've ran into this. People have called giving you shit, right? How do we stop that? Because, hey, I might be married, but I still give a shit. I'm a man. I have sons. I still care.
I want to respond to this one quick moment, because this was actually an issue that came up in one of the Facebook groups, that there were some gay people in there, and some of the newer members are like, well, I don't want gays in this group because they have their own group that caters to them. This is just about straight men. And most of us are like, are you a fucking retard? They're men. We need men in this movement. They suffer men-related problems. Yes, they also like to suck dick, but we need to bring those men who want to be a part of this, not to pick and choose which men we allow. But please respond if you know it. I just want to add that caveat. Yeah,
I got you. Yeah, I think it has to be about ideology, right? Like, legit. Like, you have to have a shared ideology, and that's the real secret to it. Like, as far as like the married thing's concerned, like, you run into that in like the MGTOW circles. As long as you're willing to admit when you're married that you are one fight away from being divorce raped, like, You know what I mean? Like you fully understand where the fuck you are. You know what I mean? Like, and that's fine. And that's not a problem. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, and when you hear other men standing here yelling and screaming about women and bitching and you know what I mean throwing a fucking fit, like understand that like oh you have again like you have to get back to that point where you have that understanding. And go, hey man, look, you know this guy's fucking upset. You know what I mean? Like fucking let him get his shit out. You know what I mean? Let him have his opportunity to say what he wants to say, and we can talk about it. And it's important that you fucking have that mentality of where you're not taking shit personally. You know what I mean? And that's really important because it's just there's so many dudes out here who like, you know, there were men's rights guys who ended up turning against the fucking movement or fucking over other people in the movement or you know what I mean, trying to break down people who are important in the movement because like fucking they started some feminine bullshit or they fucking ended up standing here feeling some sort of kind of way about them saying something about a female or some bullshit or their fucking wife, you know what I mean, sat here and got involved and just like destroyed the whole fucking thing. That's important to understand. You know what I mean? That like, oh, fucking this shit happened, and people fucking still remember it, and they're gonna continue to remember that shit. So, like, you have to, you know what I mean? Fucking, you know, be easy. You know, fucking remember, like, oh, this is about forming, you know what I mean, new opinions and new ideas, and you know, having a chance to talk to other men and like have them share their experiences and make them better. You know what I mean? And help them heal from all the shit that they've been through. That's fucking important. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it just seems like when you try to ostracize a certain group, a certain proportion of a minority group, that really is shooting yourself in the foot. I just don't get the mentality behind that. Oh, you're married, you have a woman in your life, therefore you're not really on our side.
Again,
What?
again, you know what I'm saying? Like fucking yo, this is the fucking point. Like you have to remember that these dudes stood here and fucking like watched this shit happen 1,000 times where fucking these people who were fucking married fucked over the movement.
I think it has a lot to do with basically the society that's been created where men don't really have an outlet to be a man. But what we're seeing here is basically an in-group bias. They're trying to create a group and trying to create this is the rules for this group. Because the most important thing about in-group bias is you have a need to feel superior. And when we see that starting to happen in these various groups like the MGTOW, the men's movement, and what have you, this also happens in the feminist movement. Our need to feel superior means that if we encounter someone we deem inferior, we have to cast them out. We have to hate them automatically. And that's something that we need to resist. I mean, we can like and hate whoever we want, but we can't make a judgment on, I'm superior because I got screwed over by women. And if you don't share my exact pain, you're a traitor.
Yeah, I mean, again, but like, yo, you don't want to ostracize those people either, though. You know what I mean? So, like, as I said, like, yo, you have to like come at it like as a priest would. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it really comes down to education, in my opinion. That's one goal of my book series is to educate people, to say, hey, this is the stuff that's going on out there. You know, those people in the Facebook group that just want to hate gays because they have the LGBT and that hates men's rights. Well, you know what? They also hate gay men. You know, let's educate these people. It's like, hey, these people are good to have in our group because they experience firsthand the hate of being a man. Just because they're a part of another group that also hates men doesn't mean we should exclude them. We need to educate people who approach it in a illogical manner.
Yeah.
Well, no, and I'm not going to say anything bad about the gentleman because he died. But he was a little out there on some of his theories. Prince of Queens. He was a gay man who fought with the feminists tooth and nail. He was actually on their side for a while until the feminists decided that gay men were the enemy as well because, well, they're men, so can't have that. And so he went anti-feminist, and he wasn't completely conspiratorial. There was one stream where he said his mailbox kept getting destroyed over and over again, and obviously it was the feminists doing it. I was like, no, dude, it's probably a crazy teenager. There's a game when you're a teenager where you take a baseball bat and you just go hit mailboxes. Okay, it's a thing. But other than that, I did see online on his presence that he was being attacked by the feminists. So gay men are being attacked by the feminists.
Yeah, I mean, like and I don't really like that mentality, right? Like honestly, like I think they're like halfway in the fucking movement. Like anybody who's there just because they're the fucking enemy of like somebody to fuck out is a bit of an issue. And I mean, for me personally, like I never fully fucking trust them, but I work with whoever. I really don't give a shit. Fucking like I'm here to I'm here for the cause. Like that's kind of my mentality.
Penoid, you like the Art of War a lot. You're always
Yeah.
quoted. So the friend of my, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Only goes so far. You manipulate them and use them for your purpose, but then you discard them and treat them with mistrust. Is that what you're saying that you would do with some of these outsiders coming into the movement? Because then again, why would they want to come into the movement if that's what's going to happen?
Well, think about it like this, right? So, like, all right, we had this whole Black Lives Matter thing over George Floyd right now, right? You know what I'm saying? It was black men. It was a black man who sat there and got fucking murdered in the middle of the street by a fucking police officer, right? And it was, black men and white men, whatever the case might be, who got fucking murdered in the fucking streets. Trying to run away from fucking, the police for whatever reason it was, so they didn't have to get put into a fucking box. And the number one people who are out here protesting it the loudest are fucking women, because it's about Facebook likes for them. They really don't care about the fucking movement. They really don't care about men. You know what I'm saying? And you have to remember that with a lot of these fucking people are the same goddamn way. They don't care about us. They don't care about the movement. They don't care about fucking any of the shit that affects us, because they're the fucking cause of it. But they like the Facebook likes for it. So like you have to keep that in the back of your head with a lot of these motherfuckers.
And actually I agree with that wholeheartedly. My ex who abused me, she touted off men's rights rhetoric. She was talking about, men are being left behind. I thought that's probably why I didn't see the abuse coming, because she was saying like all of the right things, but she didn't believe in it. I knew another woman. She was actually one of the calendars. I won't say who she is, but she was like always touting off men's rights stuff all the time. And then she got a divorce from her husband, kidnapped their child, and moved to Canada. And he had to go to The Hague just to get custody back. And she started with every stereotypical thing a woman can do. She got a restraining order on him, even though he wasn't abusive.
Yeah.
And the question comes for me when we get these outsiders coming in is, okay, great. You're doing so much wonderful things. I got to take this call, but let me finish my point real quick.
Yeah, I got to bounce too. I got to fucking go in here and do this shit.
What have you done? Prove yourself. Do some action. Go to a protest. Do something to demonstrate that you actually do care about this. Just coming in and getting some Facebook likes, that doesn't mean shit to me. But I'll be right back in a moment.
Well, Penoid, if you're going to take off also, and he's got a phone call, then I might just end it here. Do you have to? Okay. All right. So everybody, the links are in the description for Madcat here. Please check it out. If nothing else, share it for him. Let's try and get this book off the ground. His YouTube is, or Twitter is also down there. I don't think I had your YouTube link.
Okay.
But good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. We're out of here.